almost forgot. What are we doing? What are we doing? There we go. If it ain't flashing, we ain't actually here. Oh, look. Comments. That's a lot of comments. Oh, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday, my dudes. We do the thing. As I said, nothing if not predictable. We're going to make an absolute deliberate effort to be as outwardly predictable as humanly possible. When I willingly, and I would have to say wittingly because I knew what was going to happen, when I baited the people who leave dislikes by making that community post saying no one would respond to it, and then the one guy responded to it and said, well, I gave it a dislike because, and I'm gonna do a voice because mockery and sarcasm are fundamental tenets of my generation. He said, well, everything you build is the same. You just you make things and you put a fusion in it, and then it's all the same. All right. So we're definitely going to put a fusion in it, and we're going to put a Flash Hobby 60 kg in it. I bought like 14 of those things. We're going to use a Radio Link RC4GS in it. So hopefully that guy hopefully he's not watching, because I could honestly, not to mess with the little check boxes at the end that I have to check in order to monetize this or whatever. But I could give a shit about what that guy thinks. So the process of building the 10 Pro made me say, how many of these have I built now and or driven? It's turning into a number, and I don't own a VRD. Well, I do now. Because I ordered one, and I ordered it, and when I went back to A-Main to make an affiliate link, they're out of stock again. Mr. Spain has a couple questions. I am here for that. It's only £1.50. Fourth VRD build on live stream. Let's just build VRD. I've already opened the box. I had to get some pieces out of bag C because I was not going to make everybody watch me build links. Stealth X in my capper with 18 tooth, whining like an outrunner. Any tips? Drop pinion size. I would check mesh first. Check your mesh first, because generally, if you get a whining sound out of a gearbox, it could mean that the gear mesh is too tight, or that big spur could be rubbing on something. 1887 on Capra Portals is going to be really slow. It's going to be really slow. I just put the heavy AliExpress brass. Yeah, $33 definitely beats 90. And so, as I'm sure some of you would guess, I got a VRD almost specifically for the purpose of comparing it head-to-head against the 10 Pro. So my temptation, being energy conserving, is to grab a bin here that has the AliExpress portal weights in it and just build them with the portal weights rather than build them with those, because they're going to go on there anyway. But then people will be like, oh, the VRD did better because it had more weights on it. Well, the Pro doesn't come with weights. So I don't know what to tell those people, if those people are indeed saying those things outside my earshot. I'm going to resist all temptation to put Zoku rails on this. I pretty much have it intended to be built out as a VRD. So we're going to stay reasonably close to it being a VRD. 1800 kV Fusion. Yeah, a Stealth X on a Fusion should be like whisper quiet. Like you shouldn't even hear it. So if it's whirring like that, it's got to be gear noise, because Fusions basically don't make any noise at all. Mad Scientist and Makers, I went to Lowe's this morning. Actually, I went to Home Depot and then to go to Lowe's because I needed to get universal bonding primer for the Anime Expo stuff. I need that primer that lays down and I can put it on anything. So if the thing is wood and paint and plastic and metal all together, I can just shoot it with one primer. Go to Home Depot. They didn't have it, but oh my goodness. Upcoming experiment, everybody. At the Home Depot, Glidden, Max Flex exterior fabric, vinyl, leather, rugs, and more. I don't know if we're just going to go with a test piece of polycarbonate or what, but if we have another option of vinyl paint to paint bodies with, then I'm all in. I'm all for it. 12-ounce cans, too. So I had to buy one. Oh, and I went to the auto parts store before that to get vinyl paint. And my local auto parts store had the medium blue. I haven't seen the blue in stock in vinyl paint in years. So somebody's going to be blue. And or blue and black. Maybe blue and black. Have you seen the new Mias 110 F9 portals with the crazy, what do they call them? Double cardioid, whatever they call it, to get this super extreme steer angles? I'm $160, and I blew my money on stuff that I needed to blow my money on. But come around next month. I'm waiting for Mias. If you're out there in the universe, hit me up. Hit me up. Say, would you like to test these axles? And I would be like, absolutely. I've already bought, God, I don't know, 6 sets of nylon, and then the 1 set of HD 44s. The VRD should be built SBA with a stubby kit. Gears, I think that the VRD should come either equipped to do both, like the VRD kit should come with the stubby, or there should be 2 versions. There should be the VRD standard and there should be the VRD stubby. Because I understand why they don't have it explicitly as a stubby. Because then you Outrunner. You have to run an Outrunner. It's your only choice. And I'm just going to go ahead and guess. I'm just going to make the guesstimate here that stuff like this is a lot more common than Outrunners. I mean, it's a one and done. Yeah, Lumpkin Mumpkins, I agree as well. That it comes with both servo mounting options, and offset Capra, offset F9s are generally this stuff. So even at the like 169 that they're charging, that's cheap. That's cheap. Double cardan, there you go. Or if you're chilly, double cardigan. Oh yeah, cardioid is microphones. Right. Super cardioid. I believe that the microphone that you're hearing me on now is in fact super cardioid. It has like 4 elements, and I think I have it pointing, so it's just, ooh, that blurred out, where it's just pointing down. It's because it's right up here. It's right there. And it's pointing down at me. Gearing on a TRX4 Sport. Swap to the, okay, I don't know how to pronounce Svax, so we're just going to go Svax. No matter what, 45 tooth spur. No matter what, you go to the 2-speed spur, even if it's in a sport. Now I like the 2-speed in the TRX4. It doesn't add that much weight or complexity. It's well put together. It is an LCG gearbox. Then what you do is you run like a 1045 in there on the 2-speed, and no matter what your KV is, first gear will be creeping slow, super slow. And second gear will be fast enough to, get you into a little bit of trouble. And what could we want more than that? So either a Jenny's 2-speed, depending on if they have them in stock, or you can get the ones off of Amazon as well. Daphne runs, I think it's a Benedict Harry 2-speed, all-metal 2-speed. The all-metal 2-speeds are actually pretty nice. because the shift fork is metal and it shifts a lot more certainly, with more certainty. It shifts with more certainty than does the plastic one that comes stock on the TRX4. It's one of those rare instances where a cheap aftermarket part works kind of better than the original part. Just clearance knuckles doesn't look like any more steering than regular Capra. I mean, it would have to be, though, because to put the super cardioid universals in there, it would have to space them out. So they should be able to turn to nearly 90 degrees. Now, if you have things like, oh, I don't know, links, I assume they're going to get in the way. But I wanna get a set eventually just to find out. Does Diablo's gearbox fit if you have 4-link front? I have a big fat fan TK case so big it needs bent upper links. It should, depending on the chassis. Because the fake Creeper T with the FMM, because it moves everything forward, front uppers, like I believe for that chassis, the front uppers are supposed to mount on the outsides of the chassis rails anyway. So you might have to clearance links to clear it anyway. But if they're running on the outside of the chassis, then it's not going to be a problem. And also, I think all of those FMMs, aside from maybe the 10 Pro one, have the intention in their minds, at least, of you running an outrunner, a little stubby, little pancake outrunner. The double carton do bind before the knuckle does. Oh, I got it right. I was saying it like that's the guy from Doctor Who, right? The guy that's not you're not the clever one, Svax. Don't try to be clever. And Svax goes, I was just pronouncing it like that guy's name. Isokinetic. Isometric? Isokinetic? Isometric? I'm sticking with super cardioid. If I'm trading out a VFD and a VFD twin, do I need to take the skid with the trans, or are they interchangeable? That's a good question. I want to say that they have the exact same 3-bolt mounting pattern. I want to say that Zoku said that his skids are different whether it's a twin or a VFD, so I can't confirm. I know that the one that's in this is completely different, but I don't know if I've ever seen... Do I have... Oh, I have a stance right here. But it's a, yeah, no, that's a, I would need a skid. I would need a skid from a Fordyce. So I don't know. I guess Google will help you more than I would. You're going to have to find out if the skid for the Fordyce and the skid for the Phoenix are the same part number. If they're the same part number, then they use the same skid. If they're different part numbers, then they're different skids. I've never, have I driven a Fordyce? Yes, I drove a Fordyce, but that was like a year ago. I have no recollection. Ash G, you are welcome. I don't know if I would go so far as calling it knowledge. Did you see my Discord message? Probably not. Gare says the skids are different. I thought that they might be because like I said, I remember Zoku saying that his skids are different for one versus the other. Y'all are gonna make me. I want to put the twin out of my Phoenix into the optic and the VFD into my Phoenix. Yeah, I don't know. Well, okay. They say the skids are different, but Vanquish says that you can just drop a twin into the optic. So, are they lying? Or can we? It sounds like the mad scientist of Makers is the guy who's going to find out for us. Pull that cage off of the optic. It's only, what? It's like 5-6 bolts to pull them gearboxes out? Pull them out. Pull them out. Swizzle them around. Let us know what happens. I'm just gonna make a big old mess. And look at this. I'm not gonna forget to put the brass tubes in this time. I know people are disappointed, but I'm gonna do it. Have you seen my comment on the last Wheeling Wednesday? Maybe? Did my stickers rhyme? Yes, the envelope is... Oh, God, it's on this bench somewhere. It's on this bench somewhere. And if I knew immediately where it was, I would stick it up over here. But as I said, remember, Anime Expo, it is hectic. Oh, it fits if you change the skid. So you got to move the skid with it. Yeah, okay. Well, he's going to do it. He's going to find out. I approve. Carrier. Pick. Yes. Because I am curious myself, because in the future, I would definitely not be opposed to a VFD twin, a twin-equipped VRD. Because then it would almost be like a Pro. Or, I guess more accurately, if you were to buy the Portal Axle conversion from Axial and put it on your 10 Pro, you'd be building a half Phoenix, half VRD. Better than asking is better to tell you again. What do you think about making a Crawl Olympics 24 section on the spreadsheet? Like the leaderboard? That would probably actually help me more than it would help anybody else. Because I have to check my own spreadsheets to find the information that I need. I can't keep track. I had to make a spreadsheet of all the rigs so I can, and then have it sort alphabetically so I even know who's running that day. Next week is going to be a good one. It's obviously not recorded yet, but next week is going to be a good one. And Cardi B coming through with the win this last week, making one trip, was awfully nice. Can you use the Axial Pro servo mount on the VRD? No. The axles are completely different. Yeah, completely different. Because they basically, what Vanquish did is they adapted the servo mount and link mount is one piece on the 10 Pro. I'm going to lose some of these screws. I know it. With 4 VRDs, we need to test standard build, stubby build, pro build, and a pro with the new portal option. All right, take it easy. Take it easy. Let's talk about eliminating the variables. Hello, Mr. Saxton. Hello, RBK89. Hello, Nick. Hello, everyone. Looking forward to RoboKitty duking it out. RoboKitty, I mean, that's going to be like August? Will RoboKitty be running in August? I think we're up to like, what, G? What about G? What's your plans with the build? Sorry, I just walked in. We're basically building a VRD. Because it is super straightforward, and while the 10 Pro was surprising in terms of its initial Ghost Ride performance, the build had a lot of axial in it. I basically don't have to get the book out for a while on this thing. Well, in fairness, I've built a couple of these now. Did I see a new body for baseline, but he's not? Oh, Mr. Credentials, that is his... those are his fancy duds, that new body. I can't bring myself to perform tire tests in that brand new, beautifully painted body. So he's going to do tire tests in the old body until that old body wears out. Because I can't... it's the self-writing. If there was no self-writing test, we might be able to get away with it, but having to spin him around on his side 5 to 8 times per tire test, I mean, that's where most of his bodily destruction has come from. I have to do a lot of paperwork about my studies. I have to research a new institute school. Last one was terrible. BattleBot guy was in a wedding last week. I haven't had to be in a wedding. The older you get, the less odds you have of having to be in a wedding, which is, nice. It's fine. I do like a wedding every now and again, just to watch people spend that much money for flagrant pageantry. Wouldn't that give us the best comp kit and how to build it? Well, I think the best comp kit is built from the ground up. If your intention is competition, I would say that the VR, just from where I'm standing right now, I would say that the VRD is a better starting point, but I could be wrong. I haven't seen them side by each. Just had an ad. So you can tell me. I had asked before, like, have you gotten ads before? Because people have said they've gotten them before. What does it do? Like, where is it? Does it pop up at the bottom? Is it the whole screen? I don't see anything, because on my screen here, I'm just seeing OBS. So I'm just seeing the direct output from the camera. So I don't know what you guys hear or see. So what do the ads look like? I had heard someone talk, I think last week, someone had mentioned that YouTube was talking about just putting ads on everything. I agree, Mr. 3SB. The Pro did well. With big overdrive, underdrive, and axle, is there a trick to smooth reverse? Oh, it's full screen? Okay. Can you hear me? First time I've seen one. Yeah. I start the stream in the exact same way every time. So this is new and improved. And we're what? That was probably about 20 minutes in. Let me know. I mean, obviously, it's okay. It's definitely going to happen again. So if they played an ad at like the 20-minute mark, keep me updated as to when it happens again. I can't see it not happening again. I wish that I remember I was watching Emily Hopkins a couple weeks ago, and the people were talking about ads popping in the stream. So maybe, well, I don't think there's a maybe here. I think YouTube definitely goes after the people with 500,000 subscribers before it goes after the ones with 8,000. There's a little bit more money to be made playing the ad to 500,000 people. Well, I mean, her live stream has a decent amount. I'm not saying all 500,000 people watch the live stream. We got 79 people, so around 79 people got to see that ad. I didn't. I had an ad coming into live, not since I was in. Getting ready for the next 10 days of family gathering. Ugh. Can't hear me. I've definitely got audio on. All of your past Zoku content finally made the bite to bullet in order both the ZRD and Silver Carbon and the LCG Phoenix Kit and Carbon to end up on my 410 Pro. Nice. Yeah, Swampers, it's the same for me. So actually, I wouldn't be able to see the ads anyway. Ooh, now we can figure out if the ads are targeted. Yeah, I've been paying for premium since accompanying the wife to the gym. And again, as people often recommend, I think the correct way to live life when it comes to YouTube is never on mobile, because she was working out at the gym and I was trying to watch Matt's Off-Road Recovery, and the ads, my God, the ads. It was ads every 5 minutes on that video. Erwin, yes, this is indeed a VRD build. I mean, they drive forward fine, but in reverse, it's like it's binding. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I thought you meant is it like lurchy in reverse? No, it should behave. It should behave exactly the same in reverse as it does forward. I mean, except for like going uphill. There they are. I haven't even opened the manual. At premium, I get yeah. We don't see there are no ads at all on premium, thank God. I have to use my handheld device to participate in the chat while watching it on TV. Oh yeah. Is it me or did you embrace the 10 Pro? I mean, I think it's a very different driving experience, and I liked it. I enjoyed driving it. I enjoyed driving it far more than I enjoyed putting it together, because the build process had, if not an excess of axial, it definitely had axial in it. Mr. Saxton, premium is, last time I checked, is it $12.99 a month? It's either $12.99 a month or $13.99 a month, which, if I weren't a YouTuber, would, that felt gross coming out my mouth, would almost seem insane to me. But then, I think of how much money we spend as a family unit on all of them. We did what I said I would never do, which is end up with 50 different subscription services, which is where we are now. And what do I watch 90% of the time? YouTube. If there were only two that I weren't going to get rid of, it would be YouTube and Amazon Prime, because we order from Amazon like a cajillion times a year. So Prime I use, YouTube I use. Just, I mean, I'm just going to have to take these apart later, but, you know, in terms of fairness, did some of the movie streaming services have no ads first, but start taking money and showing ads? Yeah, Amazon did that. Hulu used to have like a commercial tier where you didn't have to pay for it, and then it was ads and $5.99 a month, and then they just got rid of that, and now Hulu's up to like, it's got to be close to $20 a month now. I mean, I'm all in for barbecue chicken waffles and biscuits and gravy. That sounds great. No premium, no ads. What's going to be different about this VRD build? Question marks. Got rid of my Amazon Prime. Just have to wait until I have $35 worth of stuff before I check out. We order, because we're so close to the fulfillment warehouses, 7 local fulfillment warehouses. If the wife says, oh, we're out of cold pills, I never even think about, like, reaching for my keys. I just go order it on Amazon. Sometimes same-day delivery, sometimes next-day delivery. And yeah, I mean, they botched the deliveries with reasonable frequency. Same-day delivery taking 5 days. It's not uncommon. But this is California at $5. Did you just use a hammer? In my defense, it's a tiny hammer. A little tiny hammer. It's got brass on it. Yeah, I used the stub to tap the bearings down in here. Otherwise, they won't seat all the way. Because those are cast. So your tolerances are going to be about as good as cast is going to give you. With the family plan on YouTube, you can add more than one account, so to soften the cost among family members. Oh, I did not know that. How's the VRD Carbon compared to a G-Speed belly dragger driving wise? I don't know if I have a G-Speed. One of the chassis that I have might be a knockoff of a G-Speed. New Mias capper axles, you know, I got them over. Yeah, I'll be getting them. I'll be getting them. I feel like every third delivery they screw up somehow. That seems about right. That seems about right. They'll go through. Okay. What day was it? Wednesday. I hear the bloom bloom of the whatever sound the Ring doorbell makes, and I go out to the porch to get them, and there's a pile of the Amazon padded mailers, and I go, this is too much stuff. I got one envelope for the neighbor to my left, and I got one for the neighbor across the street. So I got to be the final delivery guy and deliver the 2 packages that got misdelivered. And I didn't have shoes on, and the pavement was really hot. I mean, I was just walking to the front door, and now I was like, well, now I got to cross the street. HVOT found some used Panther Cougars. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get them. Servo behind the axle on the VRD. Well, you got to go stubby. That's why I like the 10 Pro's approach with the transverse servo. It's just cleaner. Amazon Amazon once wanted me to return an empty mailer as proof that they forgot to actually put anything in it. I got a box that the tape was completely ripped off on one side, and it was miraculously that there was anything in the box at all. And I always and now the new returns system on Amazon, where it just keeps trying to reroute you back around. That's fun. I was returning headphones that I got tricked into buying. Did not like them out of the package. And there's like some sort of AI in there that's like, are you sure? Are you sure that you're sure? And just keeps trying to reroute you back around. How can we help you with this without you returning it? Because Amazon's return system is kind of Target light. I mean, Costco light right now. So it can't go forever. They can't just keep allowing everyone to return everything all the time, because people are going to be returning things for no reason. Amazon shafted me on the infamous Flash hobby. Ordered 2 and received only 1 and an empty envelope for the other. I just got a set of bead locks. I got some 2-2 bead locks because I need to do the tests on the Brorb inserts for 2-2 Tusk. And I was like, all of my 2-2 wheels are occupied. So I ordered some 2-2s. They show up, and it was so obvious that they had been bought, attempted to be mounted, repackaged, and returned, and then they just sold them again as new. So I had to return those, and that was when I learned of the new return system, which tries to make you give up, but I will not relent, because they sold me used stuff. Oh, but see, Brian Massey over there is he's sowing the fruits of Amazon's mistakes. 15 underdrive gear sets instead of 1. And we know how it works. Apparently nobody in the Amazon warehouse is having a good time. So they're just trying to get the stuff out of there as fast as they can. I get it. Yes, indeed, Mr. Hades, another VFD carbon. VRD carbon. VFD carbon? VRD carbon? Yeah, VRD. Wanted to say thanks for making me aware of Fusks. Just got a couple sets and liking them so far. Because, and I think most folks will back me up on this one, because Injora no longer qualifies as being regarded as an Amazon brand. Like, Injora is doing stuff that's too good. I think the best off-brand tire that there is, by a fairly wide margin, is the fake Tusk, the Fusk. the mix racing crawler tire Thusk. They are, I would say, in that like they're 90% of a real deal. The real deal are better. I mean, they didn't get the compound perfectly, but we know that, and when I say we know, I mean through thoughtful extrapolation, the Baja Pro XS is a better tire than the Baja Pro X. So I don't know why more people aren't doing the Baja Pro XS, and I don't know why more people aren't knocking off the Baja Pro XS. I just want Endura, and I understand that there's margins and everything. I just want Endura to start re-releasing older tires in either S4 or S5. I'd love to see like S4 or S5 Swamp Claws. Yeah, most returns do not go back to Amazon. They go to a warehouse and get palletized and auctioned off for nothing. Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. And there's only 2 or 3 Amazon return centers, and they all go to one location. And like I do my returns at Kohl's because they've weaponized Kohl's, the department store, against us, to where we've all been convinced just to go to Kohl's. And they just throw everything into those big white wheeled, like canvas-sized tubs, and there'll be 5 or 6 of them. And then they just all get into trucks and they go off to New Jersey or Atlanta or wherever the giant facility just full of Amazon returns is. Best packaging error I ever got was Horizon accidentally sending 4 lipos on a warranty shipment. I even told them and they said I couldn't send them back since they were lipos. Yeah, that sounds right. The Amazon chassis spacers that are carbon with the brass nuts are a joke. Stay with aluminum. Yeah, I don't like those because you can't change the length. And once you mix brass with carbon, you're not really saving that much weight. You're just doing it for the bling. No, Mr. Blind Guy is up in the desert. He usually comes about every other week. Will you change the motor pinion? If I can. If I can. I don't like axial pinions and I don't like Vanquish pinions. I don't like any pinion that has that shoulder on it. Vanquish pinions are of about axial quality. If I have something in a tooth count that is approximately close, I'll be changing it during the build. $12 a set on AliExpress. That is tough to beat. That is tough to beat. I never had any problems with Amazon and good customer service. Yeah, I think Americans are probably using Amazon Prime more than anyone else. So we get the good and the bad. Jora have a YouTube channel, but sadly they mainly post about their 124 scale stuff. Yeah, whenever, like, I was looking to see if XHX pins were coming soon to Amazon. And God help you if you do an Amazon search for Endura crawler tires. Even if you specify Endura 1.9 crawler tires, the first 50 results are going to be 1.0s. With some 1.3s sprinkled in. There's nothing we can do to fend it off. When I was made redundant from my last job, me and my coworkers got a visit from the local Amazon warehouse manager saying how good it was and they were all welcome to apply for jobs there. Oh, yeah. Amazon is the new military. Comp pins work amazing in Hawaii wet conditions. Come visit. I have tried buying 3 sets of used, like new, underdrive gears for the Wendigo. I'm convinced people are just sending the stock ones back for a refund because that's what I keep getting. Amazon! Only mishap I've ever had was shipping from a small European RC store where 2 pairs of wheels got 3 packs, contacting them, and I paid a discount price for the extra pair sent by accident. I mean, that's living honest. You are living your best, most honest life. Most people would be like, oh, free bonus. Free bonus. Yeah, just recently, ordered from Jenny's, 8 bags of hardware and 2 bags of shocks, and they sent us 10 bags of hardware. It happens, you know? Mad Scientist and Makers is slowly switching everything to Robinson pinions. They make the best pinions in the world, and it's not an opinion. It's just an objective categorical fact. If it wasn't true, they wouldn't be making they wouldn't still be around making the best pinions. Yeah, I try to put a Robinson. I start with packs of Amazon garbage pinions in order to figure out what the gearing is supposed to be. And then once we're past that, it's Robinson Absolute. I got a couple right in here. Where did I put them? I lost them. I've got like 3 Amazon pinions still. 3 Robinson pinions still in the bag for Scarlet. I think the mullet. Anyway. Amazon can't be like the military. Amazon has adult supervision. There's definitely similarities. I wonder if you could stretch a 1.3 tire onto a 1.55 rim. Yeah, absolutely. If we can stretch a 1.9 onto a 2.2 and a 1.55 onto a 1.7 and on, yeah, sure. It might be a little feisty to mount, but you'll be able to do it for sure. I have no concerns. I have to say, not only because of the absolute legwork and proper dedication, Chrome Olympics 2K24 is my favorite series on YouTube. You and about 400 other people are in agreement, but there's still nobody watching it. Nobody watches it. And based on the amount, I felt good about it this week because this past week I trimmed about 45 minutes total off of my total time, including record and edit. And 45 minutes is pretty big. The week before, all in was about 5 hours to get the episode done because so much walking. So reducing the walking, and now I'm getting better at expediting my timeline, getting all my clips ordered. And they're also the more recent one, there wasn't as much construction noise, so it was a lot easier to get my clips synced together. Have you tried the Amazon, the RC Lions shocks on Amazon? I have not. I like cheap Amazon and cheap subscription, free shipping and streaming. Yeah, does Robinson have 5mm Mod 1? They absolutely should. I just made my first purchase from Jenny's. Got a new body and tires for my Outcast 4S. Yeah, takeoffs, man. There used to be a lot more dismantle houses. That was how they're in the Midwest. Why is the name escaping me? Dollar Hobbies. Dollar Hobbies started off as a dismantler, and we used to get a lot of Traxxas stuff there. My only thing about Jenny's, and I get it, there's contractual agreements that places have to sign to become sellers and resellers. So I understand why they don't have absolutely every brand under the sun and every model under the sun. But I just wish they had more stuff. More crawler stuff, at least. For TRX4, it's the resource. The parts are so cheap. Full set of shocks for $40. You can get a full gearbox for like $30. Axles are usually $50, $60. By today's standards, one could almost convince themselves that it's cheap. Casual Crawler says, your channel is a highlight of my week, and I really appreciate all your hard work. Why, thank you. And I've often sat down and been very nihilistic with myself that nothing matters, right? Nothing matters, and we're all doomed. And I think to myself, when this inevitably falls off, right? When this inevitably falls apart, because I don't assume that this isn't the real estate industry. I don't assume that growth is eternal and inevitable. I'm just waiting for it to stop. I'm waiting for the time that I come to do the live stream on Friday and there's like 20 people in there. And I think to myself, how small is that number and we still go, right? How small is the number and we still go? We've got a Big Wave Surfer commercial, unskippable. Save another ad. Okay, that was okay. So we're at 50 minutes. So it looks like it's about every 20 or 25 minutes. Oh, and Shaker MT throwing out memberships. Another ad. Never seen one on a live stream, and now two. So on my pane that I can see what they call the dashboard, there's this little bar over here that has what they call creator updates. And I never watch those videos. And I bet that talking head that's there was like, so we're going to be rolling out something new for all you content creators. And they gaslight us into thinking that it's that it's better. We're going to make everyone that's watching your live stream watch ads, whether they like it or not. And this is an advantage for you. Because when you're monetized, you have no choice about what we do. That is absolutely true. I have no choice about what they do. I don't do mid-rolls. So, oh, no ad. Rick Smith got no ad on mobile. I mean, it's insidious on the one hand, but then with everything insidious, doesn't something come that's a little bit genius? I wonder how many people are watching a reasonably lengthy live stream, like you are all right now. I wonder how many of those people are going to end up chipping for premium. And here's the thing. It's just like at least once a week, I get an email telling me that I've bought some Bitcoin. Click here to confirm your purchase. And I'm like, oh yeah, that Bitcoin I forgot about buying. But if they send 1,000 emails, which costs nothing, and like 1 or 2 people fall for that, that's all they need. So YouTube is in the business of selling ads and tricking. What did I call myself earlier today on the Discord? A half Luddite, half idiot? A Ludd-idiot? It's accurate. If they can trick me into making content and profiting off of my content, they let me keep half the money. Then yeah. Google over there selling ads to themselves. It's like, I love seeing an Amazon ad for Amazon on Amazon. I'm like, guys, you already got us. We're already here. But I don't think I've ever seen an ad for YouTube on another platform. Like, has anyone ever seen an ad for YouTube? I remember right when Premium came out, there were ads for YouTube Premium on YouTube, which to me at least makes a small amount of sense. But I'm never watching something else and there be an ad for YouTube. Although, I haven't had cable TV and did I miss one? Did Andre, did he throw out memberships as well? Did that scroll by too fast? Because I see a 5 at the top. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, wait, did I? There it is. Yeah, I missed it. Bunch of people re-upping. We'll have a slightly bigger, we'll have a little one of those on the Sawteeth. I was looking at the Sawteeth today. Just start every video cussing so they can't monetize. I get the feeling that my impressions number would just go, would just fall off of a cliff. VRD versus 10 Pro next week? Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I get all my RC parts online, but I order direct if possible. RC 4-wheel drive and Red Cat, some others direct from eBay or even eBay. On rare occasions, I buy used pieces if it's a great deal. Yeah. Do you watch Exocage RC? If so, what do you think of the Exoplex? Before I started building the Canyon, I regarded the Exoplex as like a big part of my inspiration for building the Canyon. And I remember saying to myself something along the lines of, if I could have something that's like even just a fraction of that size, I would be ecstatic about it. And now I'm all but sure that what I have is bigger than what he's got, at least for the crawling portion. I know he's got what he calls the wood section, and I have no desire to have a wood section because driving on wood, these are rock crawlers, not wood crawlers, and I would be using a completely different tire if I was driving on wood all the time. Anyway, I haven't watched it in quite some time because it started to get very advertisement. Let's put it that way. Crawler Canyon is some sort of ASMR for RCers. I've been told that I'm just a podcast with pictures, and I'm absolutely fine with that because a lot of the content that I enjoy are essentially podcasts with pictures. It might be Yogscast playing video games or something else, but it's stuff that doesn't explicitly need to be. You don't have to devote all your attention to it. There's a voice in the background, and I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine being a voice in the background. You can turn off monetization, then they will just play ads without paying you. Yeah, JDA79 is absolutely correct. Before getting into the channel and getting to where I am now, I had no idea that your channel is monetized all the time, whether you're getting any money from it or not. They will show ads. You just get no money for it. Google keeps 100%. So any video that I put up, and if I don't click the box that says monetize, it's still going to get ads. I just won't see any money. I had initially thought, oh, well, if I choose not to monetize, that'll mean there's no ads on this video. So I don't know. In the members section, somebody can tell me, if you are a member and you don't have YouTube Premium, do you get ads on the members only videos? Because I make sure to not click monetization on those. But if you're seeing ads anyway, I will start turning on monetization on those. I didn't turn on monetization because like 100 people are going to watch it. I've only posted one little video. No desire to post anything. The only way I'll pay for premium is if they figure out my hack for getting around ads. Yeah, I would too. Premium brings money to replace some ad CPM. Yeah, I think I want to say last week's live stream I mentioned I make more money off of channel subscriptions than I do off of ads, and about, I would say, just over a third, right between a third and a half of my total ad revenue is from premium holders. Yeah, I think you get a flat rate off of depending. You get a scalable rate depending on engagement. How long do people watch? So they use the kind of same system. There sure were a lot of cannabis ads a while ago. Where I live in Southern California, the more you drive towards LA, if you drive that way, you go to LA. If you drive that way, you go to Orange County. So as you go on the freeways down there, once you get to a certain point, all of the billboards are weed. All of them. Every single one. And some of them just say like, The Legacy. And then down at the bottom, it'll be like, thelegacy.com. And we go to the kid in the back, get on it. And they Google it up and they go, it's weed. Every single time. No matter what we have them look up, the kid from the back, it's weed. It's industry, man. Definitely a channel for the discriminating Florida man. I wonder about the body, wheels, and tires on this build. Well, you're just going to have to wait. I don't just have an idea. They're right over there. Well, okay, you ready? You ready? Hold on. You ready? There they were. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. They're all right over there. Might have been there for a second. Is there a reason other than the creature of habit you mount your servo in reverse to how the VRD shows it mounted? Do you prefer the drag link on opposite side than shown? Let me tell you, here's why I mount it like this. Because the wires come out of that side of the servo. So if you mount it this way, your wires have to, usually the electronics, like if you're using the little tray piece right here, the electronics have to go around and over the stuff and then in. Whereas if you run it this way, it's just a straight shot back to where I put the receiver. Because I'm usually running the battery on the other side. We'll see. I might just flip it. And the beauty of where this mount is, the link length doesn't change regardless of which way you mount it on. I just tend to mount it this way because then the wire just runs straight back. If I move the electronics to the other side, I will flip it and run it on the other side. We'll have to see what it looks like, how the weights come out. Take a stance body and mount it reverse on the new VRD. About the same. Thank you. I dislike the crawling courses with all the wood sticks. Free cut pieces, like, come on now. It's rocks. Eh. The Exoplex is right down the road from me. Having said that, I like to travel to crawl at the canyon. I wonder how thick is the NDA we have to sign. No, there's, like, I mean, like I told people, when I was doing Scion stuff, I don't do any of the smart things that YouTube people do, which is everybody's got a post office box and they file everything through something special. I know that my appeal is narrow. So I don't think, I hope against hope, that I'm not going to attract any axe murderers. So I'm not too worried about people coming to my house. The crawler course is in the backyard of my house. I don't have a P.O. box. When I ship you anything, it ships right here from this building. The printer is about 8 inches behind the camera. It prints right out of this room, gets labeled, leaves this building. I've been a one-man operation, whether it was the Scion stuff, whether it was making the stuff for Hondas before that. I've been a one-man band for a long time. And if we can get to 10,000 subs, I would be perfectly content, because that's a nice number. Because if somebody would ask, hey, you're a YouTuber? How many subs do you have? If I could say to somebody, 10,000, I feel like 10,000, 5 digits, I feel like that 5 digits, I feel like that's a number. 10,000 is a number. We're like 8,200. And let's be honest, 8,200 is more than I thought I would get. I didn't buy premium for the ad block. I need background play. I use AdBlock Plus and it's blocked 6 so far this evening. Oh, yeah. Last week I was in San Diego. It's like 50 degrees cooler than Phoenix. Yeah, at least. That's not fair. You know, I like to know what it's getting. I'm guessing the Corvair maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Seems like I've seen a YouTube ad on a cable channel. See? We were over at a friend's or a family member's. I don't know. It's not important to the conversation. But we were over at someone else's house, and they had cable TV. And it was so odd seeing ads come on. Like, I hadn't seen an ad in so long, because I'm on premium. And now, so the wife and I just started rewatching Battlestar Galactica. Not the original one. The 2004 Battlestar Galactica. And they coming with the ads. They coming with the ads. Not enough to make me pay an extra $2.99 a month for Amazon ad removal, but it was close. It was damn close. Thomas Williams, how do I become a channel member? It's like hidden on mobile. It's really easy on regular videos. On any regular video, right next to, there's a button that says join, right next to like the channel name under the video. But on mobile, I honestly, I don't even know. Driving through Wisconsin towards every surrounding state has weed billboards with mileage to the nearest dispensary. Yeah, so Wisconsin is like a junior Southern California, because it's all weed. It's all weed. The empire, the this, the that, it's all weed. Oh yeah, Mr. Yates has been here. Yeah. The shop in person is way bigger than it seems in the video. Well, I mean, I think that's fair, because you only get to see just a little, my workbench, the area that I'm working in right now is basically 8 by 8. and absolutely full to the brim with stuff. But the footprint of the shop, it's a two-car garage, so built from a kit. So it's 25 by 25. So it's reasonably big. Oh, Sal Trippin has joined. I sort he joined last week, but he's back again. RC Sparks is the reason I got into RC crawling. Yeah, RC Sparks was great content. The content now, and I mean, I know everything isn't for everyone, but the content now is very different than the content when I started watching. Let's put it that way. I liked like the old gold mining series and the stuff like that. It just, I don't know. I guess nothing lasts forever, I guess, is the short takeaway from that. Ed Scrivener, haven't really watched anymore since he went off the rails. And I wasn't going to go that far. I mean, it's not for me to say. I hope to not go off the rails. 8,200 pretty dedicated subscribed people's other thing. Yeah. Oh, Driver 8, you invigorated the thought in my mind. The new Battlestar Galactica 20 years ago started in 2004. It's 2024, so 20 years since the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. And then I told a buddy of mine, we're about a month past, but Star Trek The Next Generation aired its last episode 30 years ago, 1994. And my buddy just messaged me back, that's not true. It's not true. he's all, that's a terrible lie. Why would you say that to someone? 30 years since it ended, not since it started. Time, well and truly does indeed keep on slipping into the future. Faster than we can keep up with it. Yeah, Netherlands is falling behind in the weed game. There's weed everywhere. Oh, stop because he was getting less technical. RC Sparks, that is. I consider Crawler Canyon to be like Mecca, and one day we'll all make a pilgrimage. I need to get the... I'm so... Where's the guy? Where? Oh, it's in there. I'm so anxious to get that waterfall built, and the more that I look at the pile of material, I'm like, it's not enough. It's not enough. You're going to get in there, and you're going to get it 2/3 built and run out of material. And then I'm going to have to build my own stuff out of plastic cement and bags of Quikrete. And it might come to that because I want to get that thing built. I'm also not having to rush on it because it's June. We're keeping it at a nice 78 degrees inside the building. It's pretty comfy. Outside, it's about 94. Warm enough. I don't want to do it. They don't need billboards in Toronto because there's dispensaries everywhere. Oh, Psycho Garage is up in Palmdale. Curtis Knudsen made it all the way down here from Visalia. And, you know, I've had people from Israel, so people will come far. Pennsylvania. I never imagined I would be any kind of a destination, but I'm all right with it. Weed everywhere. You couldn't. Yeah, Ed Scrivener, you're absolutely right. If it's been 20 years since the reboot, time to reboot that reboot. Time to make it for the new generation, the kids who don't know what it is. Ugh. How about this one, folks? Because aside from Mr. Spain and a couple of others, we were of similar ages. And when you're watching people in videos react to music from less than 20 years ago, and they've never heard of it, I'm like, that That Gen Z wearing a Pink Floyd t-shirt, Dark Side of the Moon came out 55 years ago. They don't know. They just like the prism. Because, you know, it's inclusive. They like the inclusivity of the Dark Side of the Moon prism. Please stop with the dates. I'm going to be 50 this year. I come here to cheer up. 30-year high school reunion. Odd thing to consider if I want to see those people. Yeah, I think they did ours at 25, and it was local. It was very local, like 6 miles away. And I was like, the wife goes, so what are your thoughts? And I said, I didn't like most of those people then. I don't know anything about them now. We would be going into a room with a bunch of strangers, people that we vaguely knew. My son, my eldest, went through what in Gen Z terms I would probably regard as a depression. When he got out of high school, he came home and he just kind of flumped. And he was like, I got no friends. I got nobody to hang out with. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. And I was like, you sound like an 18-year-old. Because that's pretty much par for the course when you're 18 years old. And I go, there's something you can be thankful for. You didn't peak in high school. That wasn't as good as it's going to get. Life's going to get better. And I go, here's the thing about high school. I went to a very small high school. Our graduating class was 99 people. 99. It would have been 100, but a moron killed himself rock climbing halfway through the year, right? So I graduated with 99 other people. Of those 99 other people, I see on a regular basis 2 people that I went to school with. One is my wife, and one is my wife's sister. Those are the 2. And what I had to explain to my son was, I said, my boy, here's what you have to understand. Those people in high school, making a friend in high school is very difficult because you share. Oh, hold on. A thing just popped up. There was just a pop-up that said in 27 minutes an ad was starting, and I just skipped it. So you guys aren't getting an ad right now. So I told him there's 1 to 2 things you shared in common with those people that you went to high school with. One is you live in a similar area, so you both went to the same high school. And the other one is, if they're still seating kids alphabetically, and I assume they are, your last name begins with a similar letter to their last name. So you got seated next to each other. Other than that, you have absolutely nothing in common. None of you are there because you want to be. You're there because it is mandated by law that you go there. So the odds of you just stumbling into someone and finding that you have commonality, that you have common interests between these people, aside from the common interests that I think are shared between all teenagers, the odds of finding a lifelong bond between you and a random person that you got assigned to the same classroom with are very, very, very low. You make friends when at jobs and when you go to college, because college is voluntary. And pretty much every class that you take in college, you take because you want to take it. So you will meet similar-minded people with similar interests, and you can make friends out of that. Or you can wait your whole life and make a toy car YouTube channel, and then you can find similarly minded people, and you guys can hang out virtually on Friday afternoons. And I go, you just got to put in the work. And usually they just roll their eyes and walk away. I speak of both children put together. So when are all of us going to charter a bus to hang out at the canyon for the weekend? Come on down. As long as I get a little bit of notice, the wife can't stop it. It would be a time. Don't no. When I say come on down, I don't mean right now. Don't come here in June or July or probably August. October is good. November is good. There's about a 4-month window where, unless you are like a Phoenix native, I would say don't. Like, I try to get my filmings done by 9 a.m. Check out the La Brea Tar Pits. Yeah. My niece had never heard of Audio Slave. I cried a little. I see people in Reacts talking about Paramore like it's something from the before times, and I'm like, dear sweet God. I don't think Haley Williams even in her mid-30s, and I've never heard of them. What kind of music do they make? Cylon's drinking Pepsi for product placement. Yeah. Miata Commuter's graduating class was 9. Well, now you have to remember, this is Southern California. My son's graduating class was almost 600. And the town that his high school was in has 3 high schools. 3 high schools. That didn't look like anything. That's 3. Is it going to be a short bus? Could be. Grew up surrounded by Mormon nutsies. There's a lot of Mormons here, actually. There's a big temple up there with the golden dude on the roof blowing the trumpet. We got one of those. We got our fair share of Mormons down here. Don't tell me twice. I'm not getting there at 120 degrees. I don't want to melt and become part of the canyon. Yeah, the Europeans, we already know. Somebody was on a YouTube making fun of the heat wave. The heat wave in the UK where it was like 80 degrees. And he was like, what? He goes, Americans, it's not hot to Americans until it's well past 100. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right. Hot starts around 100. Anyone going to Axial West? I don't know where it is. So if all of us come down to the canyon, dibs on the couch. I have camp chairs and folding chairs. I think that's about the best I can do. Oh, and I've got that glider chair out back. So you can share the glider. I was expelled from 2 schools, went to military school, and graduated a year early. October, November, best time to plan a trip. Yeah, October and November are safe. Yeah. The other sock, I was there last June. It was hot. And that's coming from a dude that lives in the actual valley. He lives in the valley. Capital T, capital V. Like the valley. Like, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean when I say the valley. So if it's hot to him, it's hot. The Bridge and Tunnel Challenge calls to me. No one has done a bridge and tunnel here since Miata Commuter did it. I don't think what's done one since. We had a couple visitors last week, and 3 guys came out and they drove around. They had a great time, I think. And I understand why none of them jumped up to volunteer to do the challenge, because by the time they left, it was 108 degrees. So I wouldn't have done I wouldn't have done it either. I didn't want to have to chase after them while they're trying to do the challenge in 108. Well, we're now the cuckoo's about 13 minutes off now. A buddy of mine referred to Linkin Park as classic rock the other day. Wow. That's up there with Green Day Muzak. Would be a bit crowded when 126 people are at the canyon. Well, I mean, I don't anticipate everybody gets here at once. I mean, it is. What's the footage out there? 75. I think the canyon proper, the section from the fence back, is 75 deep by 108 or 110 wide. So we're talking, it's like 8,000 square feet. That's like 70 square feet per person. I'm not even standing in a spot that's 70 square feet. Yeah, we could fit 126 people there, but no one is allowed to go to the bathroom. That's where the problems arise. My main 2 high school buddies were both ravers, and one house, the other jungle. We spent our lunchtime in a basement record shop in Camden Town. Huh? My parents were in a cult. Ooh! You can't just drop that. You can't just be like, oh, my parents were in a cult. What chassis does Esky have? I want to say it's that one. I think the one I bought said Famanda. It's that one that, like, the back. What am I doing? He's right over here. The back of it comes down to a point. Yeah. It's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. I don't know who it's a clone of, but the back of it comes down to that point. So I don't know what chassis this is. Someone will chime in what this chassis is in the real world, not as a clone. But I bought a. I'm pretty sure I bought a Famonda. I don't know what that means in terms of what it really is, though. 86 in the UK, I'll have you know. Brother, I have a swamp cooler running to keep it 79 in here, and I'm comfortable. But it is a little hot outside. Does the canyon have scorpions or rattlesnakes? No. Because of the orientation of where the water is and where the canyon is, we don't get coyotes, rattlers, scorpions. They're here. I mean, this is the desert. We have all that stuff. But we've got what I recently discovered are called fence lizards. And gophers, ground squirrels, one tree squirrel. We have a tree squirrel that's living in the pepper tree now. But yeah, no rattlers. I've been here for 30 years in this area, right? Within 100, I have lived within 100 feet of where I'm standing for 30 years, and I've never once seen a rattlesnake. Now, out riding my bike in the flood control areas, yeah, I've seen plenty of rattlesnakes. We'll have to have a porta potty dropped off the canyon. I do intend to build, there will be a bathroom. Probably later rather than sooner, but there will be a bathroom. I wonder, will there be or has there been an MOA bully type in the canyon? No, I have not messed with motor on axle at all. I'm not ruling it out. It's just that I am aware to a degree that your options are small for motor on axle. I don't want any of them Red Cat Danchi jobs. I'm not sure how hot I am on the bully itself because the reviews of the bully tend to be very mixed at best. And I don't think that I want to drop deluxe money. So it remains forever a question mark. Not forever. It remains at the moment a question mark. If we go during the summer, we won't have to pee since we all sweat out of the water. That's true. AMK. Yeah, AMK does it as well, I'm sure. Where is it? Oh, I lost it. Okay. Eski's chassis will break off the rear if you don't have a body that covers it well. Ask me how I know. He said, yeah, I still haven't built a proper shafty sportsman yet. Although that's a lot what that's a lot what the Revolt chassis looks like. So we might just be able to lean into the sportiness of the Revolt chassis. Clone of a geisha. To my eye, that is the correct spelling of geisha. Yeah, the tallest thing we have here is Mount Tumbledore. So, and Eski's not a, like, he doesn't doodlebug. He doesn't roll over backwards down hills. So, fingers crossed, he'll be all right. If the back of his chassis were to break off, I would just make something to support the tail of the body, and it would be fine. That stage kill a body is an odd egg. You get a bathroom and I'm in. All right. 96 with 49% humidity in Louisiana. No, thank you. All-Star, Famonda, Injora, Surpass, are they the same? Is there any difference? Injora is definitely their own thing. Now, if you're talking about like an Outrunner, they're probably, all of those ones that look alike with the veins, those are probably all Surpass. I can't say for sure that they are, but they probably are. Surpass makes a lot of motors. Bully 2 blows up gears. Yeah, that Last Creations has said what I have heard in general. That Bully 2 blows up gears. I don't want to blow up gears. I think that's understandable. And especially when it's something that's motor on axle. Well, I think what it is, I think it's a dated design. Even though it's the 2, I think it was probably designed before the notion of let's slap a lot of power on there, where 3S and 4S is becoming the norm, but at least 3S is the norm. When I see a lot of those designs that people refer to as dated, I think most of it is because they harken back to a time of 2S. And we're like, no, I would like to throw double the power at it. How will it do? Usually not well. Can you imagine the horror in the 80s if they knew they'd be a grocery store and elevator music eventually? Oh yeah. Although, I mean, I assume they get paid. I assume when Green Day has been Musacified, they have to get paid, right? Or, with the state of the industry, the record company probably gets paid, and the artists don't get anything. Did I just do what I just did? I did do what I just did. Is the Stage Kill It Body just a remake of the OG Losi Nightcrawler? It is probably very much an inspiration of. I heard Van Halen in an elevator as Muzak. And I also like that he specified Van Halen, not Van Hagar. No offense to Sammy Hagar. I just liked it better when it was David Lee Roth. To me, that was Van Halen. Yeah, Shaker MT is going to find out the revolt before I. That's okay, because I have a couple builds of people's that should probably be further along than they are. And then I get distracted like I am right now, and then I start building other things. Oh, Last Creations with more info that is pertinent to our interests. Bully 2 came out in 2016, changed gear manufacturers in 2018, so they're junk. Oh, so they were better when they started. Are those the same axles from a Phoenix, but with servo and axle? Yes, these are just F10s. And the SOA adapter that they did is pretty clever. It's clever on the one hand and not clever on the other hand, because in order to get away with it, there's no triangulation of the front uppers. So you get what I call schwiggle, which is the front end. You can schwiggle the front end side to side. You can do the same thing on the 10 Pro. Because if you have straight uppers, the rear's not triangulated. That's why, even with no lower triangulation, when converting a Rift to a crawler that I did, there's almost no triangulation in the lowers, but the uppers are like a V. So it doesn't have the schwiggle. It's the rears that make for problems. Have you seen the Dumbo 350? Yeah, I did a quick view on it. I didn't like it. A lot of us watch Beato, I think. Yeah. He kind of speaks to our generation, does he not? When he does some of my favorite videos are the ones where he's doing the top Billboard top 10. And he's basically like, this isn't even music. He's like, sit down and listen to this and try to find a chord change. And it's just the same beat, which is, I found out years ago. I have definitely mentioned before that my musical preferences lean towards what I call ABC, anything but country. And that is because country music makes little to no effort to change tempo or rhythm. It's what I would call monotonal, but it's mono... The beat structure, like if it's 4/4 time, it's just all the way through. It never changes up. I understand, bands like Tool, prog rock bands like Tool are not for everybody, but I like when the music is all over the place. And country music is in one place, and now they have whatever the new stuff that they call, where that the guy had the AI make the trucks and beer and trucks and my dog. I know he did it as a parody, but that's what it sounds like to me. Good old Joe Dirt reference. Carbon fiber LCG chassis frame cheater rigs. Yeah, it sounds about right. Dave Lee Roth, Van Halen is my only choice. Yeah. It really is. And it's one of those things. If you look at the songs of the one generation of Van Halen versus the songs of the other, as far as I'm concerned, it's not even close. It got all got all soft. They were a rock band. I know bands change over time, and sometimes it's okay, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Yeah, like the HC6, no rush. I'm pretending the HC6 doesn't exist until after Anime Expo. And apparently, she's making plans for the week after Anime Expo, so my July might be ed up. The outdoor bathroom must have a crawler pass through above your head. You know what? I like it. That Flash Hobby 60 kg might get very closely acquainted to that passenger side frame rail. If you look at a VRD or a stance from above, did I set it down over here? I did. So when this thing is under compression, how tight the stuff is right here, it's wild. Like that link misses the little ledge with the electronics on it by like it might actually rub against it. It might not even miss it by a millimeter. It might rub against it. So the fact that they managed to shoehorn that in there, good for them. Try gabber music, old 90s hardstyle beats. Same, yeah. Boom-cha, 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 boom-cha. And then something over the top of it. But here's the thing. I can withstand Daft Punk's Round the World, where the sum total of the lyrics are round the world, around the world, round the world, around the world. I can handle it no problem. My younger one, we were at the bookstore. I don't know why. We were just at the bookstore. And my younger one was trying to convince me to buy a record player. They were like, you seem like a person that would listen to records. And when they said it, I don't think it was supposed to be insulting, but I felt insulted. I felt like, how dare you? And then and then I thought, you know what would be amazing? Prodigy's Fat of the Land on vinyl on a record player. I would play that out here. I got a system out here. I got my Crown amp and my Fender amp up there. I could play some Fat of the Land on vinyl. So I went on Amazon, and Fat of the Land on vinyl is $44. And I was like, you can get the hell out of here with that. Just no. I have it on CD. I can go buy a CD player and just hook that up out here. Waylon and Willie did it right. Yeah. And Hank Sr.? Yeah. Oh, There I Ruined It is just about the best fellow. Because most of the time he makes it better. He didn't even ruin it. So 3-link Panhard servo on chassis is better than 4-link SOA for an SCX-10. It's not better. It's just different. There's a lot more work to getting 3-link set up correctly, especially if you're doing your own setup, because geometry is generally not self-solving. There's going to be a lot of stuff that you're going to have to do that you didn't know that you had to do. The relationship between the drag link and the panhard and the front upper are all intertwined together. If the length of one changes, all three change. It's a lot of trial and error to get it set up right, to remove bump steer and axle swing. And then if the geometry of the chassis isn't there, where the holes are, that's not going to work either. Got a beer in my beer and a Chevy in my truck. Cut off jeans truck. Had a music theory professor say that if at the end of the course you couldn't write a hit country song, you'd failed. Oh, RC Recreation is heading out. I probably missed him. He's probably gone. Have a good one, sir. Modern country is out for you. However, what are your thoughts on older country, early 90s and prior? Yeah, like Reba, it's fine. You know? Hank Williams, go even further back. Yeah. But what country has become? Think of country around the Taylor Swift country era, when it was what I called at that time, and is as true now as when I had originally said it probably 20 years ago, pop with twang. If I want to listen to pop, or put a steel guitar in it, it's country now. I can do without it. And the music writing is too simple. The lyrics tend to be too simple. I just like, we don't have to like everything. It's like I say, Taylor Swift music is not for me. It is for general consumption. I'd rather listen to something else. Have you done an Amazon red or blue case servo test? I did. I definitely did the blue case and the pro on the servo tests on the bench. They both make their numbers. And then in terms of servo test in use, so this is the cheap one, the 35 kg, the $29.99, the 3235 SGs. But now these are called 3235 7.4s. I've been running these Amazon Blue cases and these guys since they were built, and they're not the only ones. I think sprinkled through the fleet, probably somewhere around a half a dozen Amazon Blue cases. They are, unless I'm going to spend the money on this, I generally just put a blue case in it, unless it needs something specific. Oh, I caught it in time. Skip. I got another one. The next one will probably get through, though, because I'm never paying attention to that particular part on the part of the screen. My MST CFX with Boom Racing BRX 90 says 4-link front, servo and chassis, no panhard link, so little suspension travel. I can't see any swing. Yeah, it won't swing with the 4-link. Just CMS on 4-link is terrible. And companies like FMS like to do what I call 6-link, which is 4-link with a panhard and a chassis-mounted servo, which is going to limit your suspension travel to about that far. You're either going to want to remove one of the links and mount a panhard, or you're going to want to put the servo on the axle. Like chassis-mounted servo and 4-link, it works, but it doesn't work, if you know what I mean. My wife is in the old country. Yeah, storytelling. What do you think will be better on the HC, the Grunts or 4.19 Tusk? I think if you have seen the Grunt episode, that was yesterday, right? That was yesterday. The Tusks are going to give you more absolute drive and everything, but I think in terms of look, I think the Grunts are the guys. I think they're going to look the absolute part. And it's a 6x, and 6x's can get away with a lot. It's also a leaf sprung 6x, so I don't know how much, I don't know how super capable this thing is going to be anyway. So I think the HC6, kind of in its nature, is a sacrifice for vanity. So I would probably just run the Grunts on it. I mean, it's definitely not something that we're putting pin tires on, because that would look horrible. I think the whole episode is a sacrifice for vanity, so just might as well just lean into it. Oh, I see the blue arrow. Oh, hold on. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was so far behind. Vinyl has a warmer, fuller sound than digital. Sure. Vinyls have outsold CDs for the past few years. Yeah, vinyl is coming back. If there's somebody buying CDs today, that is wild. Bookstores still exist. Yeah, we have 2, if you'll believe it. Scrolling down. I must have missed something. Miata commuter giving out. Oh, man, there's going to be such a bump in the Sawtooth. 5 more memberships going out. That's 20 in one day. Whew. Final man, need to listen to Dark Country. That's interesting. You live in California. How hard is it to find a record store that still sells vinyls? We used to have so many. And we had like record stores that sold nothing but records. Nowadays, you would probably have to drive into LA, and then you would find any record store that you want, like that sells records, new and used records. I can get used records at pretty much any thrift store around here, but if I want like new pressing vinyl, I'm going to have to drive to LA for it, or order it on the internet. I had to 3D print my own S servo and axle mount for my 10.3 portal axles. Check out 1/10/Boco. They probably make one that'll be what is it called? FDM, the ones that are printed out of metal. I have a couple of their link risers, and they make a great part. Bo Burnham did the country pandering song, and it summed up modern country perfectly. Yeah. Grunts perform bad. Low and Slow is asking about the Spark RC axles. We were talking about it on the Discord. 500 plus for that. Did you try to fit a Class 1 silicone in a Grunt? Was it way too small? I didn't, but... Oh, hey! I fully intended to respond to that comment, and then I didn't. Because I forgot. So I'm going to just... I also enjoy that they continue to put these in Ziploc bags. Like, who's zipping them back up? I can also give you a real-time stink test. We'll see what the stink level is. Okay, so we're gonna make a sniff. We're gonna make a sniff passage, and we're gonna go. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. That's really bad. Oh, I smelled it again. Oh. It's kind of feety. Yeah, they are really close to a Class 1 and so skinny. So my worries about the skinniness are, all right, the greens are mounted in a tire right now. What tires are they in? The greens are in a tire right now. So here's some blues. It looks real close. It looks real close. Yeah. Like near perfect. Near perfect. Yeah. So if Shaker MT is still on here, ordering some, with the weight that thing is going to be, I would say blues. Injora Class 1 blue silicones are probably going to be the perfect insert option for that HC6, which I think is probably going to come out around 12 pounds. So 2 sets of blues will have you set. Or, I mean, I could donate this set if you want to order 1 set. But yeah, that's a perfect fit. My plan is to go 4-link servo and axle, and I'm going to leave carbon fiber servo and panorama mount on the chassis. Yeah. Irwin is taking a bunch of tires. Nice. Non-leaking VP shocks would be nice. Good luck with that. Oh, Shaker MT. Here's your foo-foo coffee for the weekend. Listen. Thanks to After and me, we found out that grunts with the silicones, even though these are 4.4s. Okay, so here's a class. Oh, yeah. Like, it's yeah, these are going to be perfect. I mean, in terms of look, they're not going to be the grabbiest tire ever on that HC6, but I think they're going to look the absolute part. What's the Discord chat name? I don't know. Oof. 160 for the Boco. Yikes. Grunt tire test Redux. Well, I can do a Redux now. That was a loaner set, and they're already gone. They're actually probably back with the guy that sent them in already. But I have these now for the HC6. I store tires in the bags to prevent dry rot. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. We're going to see, okay, how far into the gearbox build can I get before I still haven't opened the manual. So how far can I get into the gearbox build before I absolutely have to get the manual out because I don't know what I'm doing? It'll be fun to find out. Junkbot and XHX pins. I mean, that would true. I mean, if you really truly want to talk about the absolute test of a tire, like how much can that tire actually do, then I don't know if you could test it more conclusively than putting it on a vehicle that has very, very low capabilities. That is Junkbot. Okay. I am gonna mess this up at some point. Camo Crawler, it does have a name, that's right. Canyon Crawl, it went like this, but Camo Crawler, I've built the axles, and that's about it. We're building a VRD. The box is over there. I'm building a VRD. Lower CG or weight on axle, which is better? Well, okay. So adding weight is fine to a point. Lower CG is going to be better, I think, in general, meaning lower overall weight. But the percentage of unsprung weight to sprung weight, I think that ratio is more important than total vehicle weight, than the actual CG. If the more weight you can put on that isn't being supported by the springs, the better. To a point. I mean, don't like make 5-pound axles, but you know what I'm saying. The goal I have is to add as little weight as possible. That's why most builds here will end up getting like knuckle weights in the front, and that's generally it, because they kind of sort themselves out. Some don't. You end up throwing a bunch of brass at the front axle trying to get that, and that's generally because we're working with other people's geometry. Whereas when I'm designing my own chassis and stuff, it's usually just knuckle weights. Junkbot, XHX pins, and red Enjoras. That'll really tell you whether or not those XHXs are working, because I have red. I have the Enjora reds and absolutely know where to put them. I am desperately trying to remember. Okay. I mean, I could just check. I could just RTFM. But at the same time, how about this? How about never? What's the pinion? There's that one. It's the one with the holes in it, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to have to get the manual out. I've built a couple of these, but... Wait. Yeah. Do you know if the Vanquish brass fits the Mias VP clone axles? It does. I have... Wait, hold on. So here's here's good old Ratchet, Mia's portal, and there's the big portal weights. They bolt right on. Absolutely no problems. Slap them right on. Yeah, he was running the pancakes. Do I have any out here? Yeah. He was running these, which are the flat ones, which have a lot of hex interference issues. So I wanted to change his hub to a different one, and there you go. Yeah, they absolutely bolt right on. As a matter of fact, these are Vanquish inner knuckles. All of the Vanquish parts, like on the rear axle, he even has, these are Vanquish 5mm stubs. So aside from the front universals, all of the parts between F10 and Mias nylon are interchangeable. All the internals, all the metal parts. Yeah, you can just swap them around. Did you see the email I sent you? Was it the trailer one? If it wasn't the trailer one, then no. May have a use for the Enjora Reds. Friend getting out of the hobby gave me a 12.5-pound TRX4. Maybe. I need him to get me his Capra clones and test if Capra brass fits. Yeah, red Endura is insane. It's unbelievable. I run cut Endura reds, yeah. Is the 313 All-Star chassis on Amazon just a Junkbot kit version? It could be. Which oil are you running in your Deluxes? Saw the 4-hole in the new Deluxe and thought 40 weight could work. Filled the first shock and removed it immediately. Way too thick. RVRD weighs 5.3 pounds. I run 300 CST in my almost all of my Drive Techs, which is 27.5 weight. So between 25 weight and 27.5 weight is where you're going to be. And depending on your build and your springing, you might be able to get away with 20 weight. I wish you could run 40. I did do the experiment drilling out the piston holes on the Chav Techs, on the fake Drive Techs, drilling the 2-hole pistons out to 1.5 millimeter and running them on 40 weight is right about right in the damping. So if you have 2-hole pistons in your Drive Techs, you could drill them out to 1.5 millimeter and get away with 40 weight. Otherwise, you got to do a bunch of math. I had to do a bunch of math to find the volume of the actual piston holes themselves, and then I just ramped up that volume in between the 4 holes. It was arithmetic. I had to do a lot of arithmetic. Yes, the trailer one. I hadn't posted on the community board because if you notice, I haven't posted any pictures on the community board in like 2 weeks. Oh, yes. He sent an email about the Chaunceys. They're still sitting right. They're still right here. Still in the send, cut, send thing. So sending them to across the ocean is probably going to be absurdly expensive. And I haven't drilled the holes for them or done any of the finishing work on them. But I can get 2 of the sets done and find out, hopefully, if it's like a tiny little padded mailer, hopefully it'll only be like $20 to send it. Shicker MT has ordered the blues. Trailer one. How would the Cougars look on Zoidberg? They would be too small. Yeah, they would definitely look too small. He runs 2.2 ruptures, which are enormous. They're like that big. Could the red Enduras just be in a dumb? Then we'd really know. Yeah. Strap some weight plates to the roof of someone. Ooh, see how bad we can get it? Isn't the All-Star the clone chassis you reviewed? I don't think so. I don't recall buying an All-Star chassis. Did I? You're talking about the one that is just a straight, like a 10-2 replica. I don't think I've tested any of the ones that are just straight 10-2 replicas. But then again, I could be remembering wrong. I know I've done some of the cheap rails, like the rail conversions, and those are fine. I've yet to find a quality difference between virtually any carbon fiber chassis rail. A rail is a rail. The only ones I outright recommend as replacements for OE rails are the ones for TRX4 because they drop like half a pound. The other ones we swap to just because carbon fiber looks cool and they tend to be Amazon/AliExpress inexpensive. But in general, if you're going to go carbon rails, you might as well go LCG of some kind. Two ruptures are 150, Cougars at 130. Is it really such a big difference? Once again. All right. Now, hopefully nothing will get stuck to these. Okay. Right about there. I mean, you got to remember, we're talking about 20 millimeters. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like a little baby. It's like a tiny little bit more. Like, I mean, 2-2 ruptures are enormous. So like these, it's definitely more than just the 20 millimeters. I bought these at the time because 1.9s were perpetually out of stock. And then when I saw, ruptures, and I ordered them, and then these monsters came. And if it hadn't been for these monsters, we never would have built Zoidberg, because you got to have a pretty big wheelbase to run a tire this big. Beadlock, he's lost one there. He's lost one there. It's these Hobby Park wheels, man. I never see outer beadlock screws falling out. He's already lost two. I'm just gonna keep piling up rigs on the benches around me. I'm surrounded anyway. This has to be one of the only few hours a week when the Discord is absolutely abandoned. Oh, show them the 2-2 cryptos. If I can get them off of a peg. Over here somewhere. There they are. So, yeah. So, 2-2 ruptures are huge. Kryptonite Customs USD stickies. They're even taller. And, most notably, just the tire is like 200 grams. It's difficult to keep each corner under like 450 grams. They're absurdly heavy. And when RoboKitty made the transition from bouncer to crawler, tusks were a much better option. The size difference on those ruptures look like a mini-me and Dr. Evil. And when you see a 1.9 up against the 2.2s, they are legitimately like a third the size. Look, there's that little spacer, and I'm remembering, there's that little spacer that there's several builds that don't have it. I'm putting the little spacer on this one. Are 2.2 ruptures wider than a 2.2 Baja Pro X? I have never seen a 2.2 Baja Pro X in person. I think the 2.2 Baja Pro X at least has the potential to be wider, because the 1.9 Baja Pro X is comically wide. I'm futzing here. We're full futzing. Haven't you reviewed the Amazon Clone Tulo box? I don't know if I did it in the thing of a proper full review. I know I'm running a couple of them. There's one in Zoidberg. There's one in Lolo. I'm using a couple of them. I don't know if I did the test on it in a full, like, we're going to test this gearbox sort of a thing. But I do know that you can take the parts out of a real Tulo and put them in a fake Tulo. I'm going to buy the Cougars anyway and build something crazy in the future. We'll have to find a deal to get 2.2 ruptures. How big is your rig that you're putting 2.2 ruptures on? It's going to be big. Like, real big. What LCG chassis would be good for my 10.3 base camp? I mean, the Zoku is going to be the best one. But I understand people would balk at the cost initially, particularly if they're coming from an RTR base camp. In terms of other conversion chassis for 10.3s, I don't know. You can get away with modification, with knowing it's not going to be a direct bolt-on. You can get away with most of any of the 10.2 chassis off of Amazon. It's just mounting the gearbox is going to be the complication. You might have to drill some holes. Took out the TRX4 out for a pure crawl rest unit. It's getting a birthday makeover, hard body going, front bumper going. Oh, nice, nice. Fake ruptures just don't have the right compound there. Okay, just not the same as real. Last Creation summed that up pretty much precisely. That is my takeaway as well. Like it's close. Like they're not terrible, but it's definitely not J Concepts green. So I have the 1.9 Pro X and the width was a problem. Yeah, they're like Canyon trails are wide, right? For most people, so these are unmounted, but to most people the Canyon trail is fairly wide because if we look at like, so a fake Tusk is quite a bit narrower, right? But then you get the Pro X and it's like, it's so wide. It's so wide. So I can only imagine that the 2.2s are really wide. Now I gotta put a bunch of tires away. There we go. 2.2 Baja Pro X is lifted as 57 millimeters wide. How wide are the 2.2 ruptures? 2.2 ruptures. They would probably try to claim it's 57. I would call it 60. I would say they're 60 wide. They're not quite the beach balls that are 2.2 Rovers, but they're plenty wide. What is the pinion on this thing? 15? 15 on an 1800 should be about right. Let's see what I've got. If I've got a Robinson, it's getting a Robinson. Got a bunch of ugly 14s. I have so many of these 15s. If you want to know how much I like Vanquish pinions, I really don't run those 15s. Ooh, 90-second skippable. Yeah, see, I knew they'd sneak one past me. Stock MES portals and an Amazon clone Deluxe portal trans will have enough gear reduction for an 1800 Outrunner. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. If you're talking Scuba Steve, if you're talking about the OD3, that 1800 might not be fast enough. You're gonna have to run the biggest pinion you can in there because the internal on that box is 366 to 1 on the OD3, and then you put the portal reduction with it, and your final is gonna be like 70 to 1. My ad was Robin Hood. How bad would it look showing up at Axial Fest with a Clone 10.2? No one would even know. 1756 super spicy gearing. I'm honestly looking for like a 14 or another 15. That's a 17. That's a 17. We might end up on the super spicy gearing because all I have are 7. Oh wait, no, that looks like a 14. 14. Now I gotta find a set screw for my 14. Oh wait, no, there we go. Old-timey Robinson 15 tooth, which means it's probably got a standard set screw in it. And let me tell you something, standard set screws and regular look about the same. We'll know how the fitment of the wrench. Nope. Gotta get a set screw in there. That definitely looks like standard. Yep. Dang it. Yeah, maybe. Dropped it. It's gone. It's gone forever. My set screw situation for pinion gears is suboptimal, I would say. I like that people that don't even have premium, some people are still getting no ads. So it is definitely picking and choosing who's getting the ads. I'm going to step on that set screw at some point. It's going to be fun. What do they use? 3x6x2. That's these boys. Portal Trans is 9-1. Is that final? And is that final on what pinion? Put the Element RTR electronics and motors in the VRD. Could do. Could do. Be a fairly easy swap over. I still think it's going to be... So am I going to do battery? I'm debating over what side to put the battery on. Quietly to myself. What side am I going to put the battery on? Ugh, I get it rotated about 90 degrees. The Ally Nod clone looks interesting. $30 below 60 grams and 1.59 or 1.9. I want to do spicy gearing with a Holmes 2700. Let me know. Let me know how that turns out, because I'm really curious as to what big wheel speed does when you've got the rear wheels turning 38% slower than the front ones. Or, no, I'm sorry, it's overdrive, isn't it? So actually the front wheels are turning 38% faster than the rear ones. That's going to be a proper spicy, real spicy. Planning a rough out build for yet to be released chassis from Photo Canyon Arrow. New Mias Capra clones, F10 Portal clones, or some Element straights. Entirely going to depend on the gearbox. Like, some gearboxes really want offset pumpkin, which all those give you except the Mias. Oh wait, or Element straights. Except for the Elements. Some gearboxes really, really, really only want centered pumpkin, like offset pumpkin on, that's the wrong pinion gear. Offset pumpkin isn't always the answer. Sometimes it's the only answer. So it really depends. I would go off of the gearbox. Never get ads on the live stream. It must be selecting who sees them and who doesn't. Because the only thing I get is if I look up at the right moment, there's a little notification that pops up in the studio window that says ad beginning soon. And there's a little button that says skip. And I click the skip button, but I missed the last one. I'm putting Capra clones on a bomber. Good idea for a rock racer. If I was rock racing, I would definitely go straight axles. That's me, though. Deluxe portal, small portal specific trans, gear ratio 11 tooth, pinion 918. Oh, okay. Ads are driving me crazy, but I just had to cut some costs. Yeah, I know how that is. I know how that is. Some things got to go first. I based my build off of Lolo, different rails and different transmission, Endura LCG kit and Element Stealth X. Yeah, you'll have plenty of gear reduction there. Stealth X with any portal axle is going to be proper slow. Do you have any idea what my gear ratio, maybe my truck is running 4 miles an hour on 7.2 NIM on a Fusion Pro? Yeah, I know NIM. So that is 2,300 kV. That is 2,300 RPM per volt times 7.2. 16,560 theoretical maximum RPM. So we would, if your final speed is 5 miles an hour, so that's 5 miles an hour, which is times 5280. Okay, that's 26,400 feet per minute. No, that's feet per hour. Then we times that by 60. That is 1.584 million feet. No, I was supposed to divide that by 60. I was told there'd be no math. 4 miles an hour. Wait. I can scroll back up. Nick, what vehicle is that in? There's a Famonda gearbox that gives you 10.5 to 1 before the pinion. It's a clone of the Deluxe Trans for about 25 bucks. Twin Reedy anytime soon. It's right here. Like the little envelope is right. Yeah, it's right here. I'm trying to find the gearbox to mount this on. Whoa, focus. I'm trying to find the gearbox to mount this on. And once I find the gearbox to mount that on, I desperately want to see two terrible Reedies working in concert together. I'm assuming it goes on a 10.2 box, and I don't really have any easily accessible, unmodified 10.2 boxes. Or 10.2 boxes that aren't dig boxes, I should say. I have a VRD Carbon in 3800. It's my only crawler that jumps. Yeah, I would do it. Which peasants need to see a completely unrelated ad to another grown man playing with toy trucks? Yes. I told you I'm giving Zoidberg brother. Oh, yeah. That's right. What's the opinion about the... Oh, Andy R. Yeah, the new Losi, in which they took a... It's an 8 Truggy, right? They took an 8 Truggy and turned it into a laser nut. Very Horizon. We're going to take the other thing, which was so-so at best, and we're going to just make it really, really big. We're going to make it really big. It's going to weigh like 40 pounds. It'll be fun. I'm not a big follower of the power creep movement, where things just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. 10.2 clone with a 3-gear trans and standard axle gears. On straight axles, 10.2 clone with 3-gear would be around probably in the 40 to 1 area, between 35 and 40 to 1 final, depending on if you're running the stock like 1256, 1456, whatever comes on that in terms of gearing, your final drive is going to be in that 35 to 40 to 1 range, I would say. Oh, Shaker MT is sending a set of 2.2 Pro X's. Is Zoidberg going to have to test those? If they're that big. RoboKitty, who are we going to test those on? You can mount the Reedies on opposite sides of the plate on a 10.2 box, or are my motor directions backwards? I don't know. Well, I mean, I was just going to solder them up so that one is rotating the forward one. They're rotating like this so that they're turning the spur gear the same direction. I just have to get an unmolested box to mount it to. And I like being distracted. I don't mind it. We just keep on keeping on, you know? These parts ain't going anywhere. Test them on Zoidberg. All right. Zoidberg will be the test for 2.2 Pro X. He should be big enough to do it. And now Miata Commuter is sending a 10.2 gearbox. Hopefully you found a cheap one on Amazon. I had a set of greens for them, and then the Revolt showed up and best thing ever. Yeah, my experience was the same with the Brorb inserts when I was running the Endura silicones and then put the Brorb inserts in the S4 comp pins. It really jumped it up a level. Like I say that the silicones are great because the silicones right now, I'm sure Shaker MT saw, at least for me, were on sale for $16 a set on Amazon. You ain't beating 16 bucks a set. If performance per dollar is your evaluating factor, is one of your leading factors, then it's really, really hard to beat those Endura silicone. Yeah, straight axles. Yeah, in the 35, probably 35 to 1 sort of a range. Yeah, NIM is 7.2 volts. It's going to be slow. It's going to be proper slow, even on a 2300. You could go up a couple teeth on the pinion, But I try to only get to about 5 miles an hour wide open anyway. So you may go up like 2 teeth on the pinion. The laser nut isn't great, but the tenacity that was break on is a great SCT chassis. Yeah, I have said, and I know I've said it vocally and aloud, that the laser nut, the 10th scale laser nut, was Losi ruined a perfectly good Tenacity Pro, because there's no issue. I have no issues with that vehicle. But when they made the arms longer and the wheels and tires 3 times the size, I think all 4 drive shafts on my laser nut are bent. Like they all go wah, 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 when they're going. It wasn't built for it. So the other one's built off an 8. I just have no need in my life for a 6th scale laser nut. I would get something from Arma instead. Get like a Fire Team or something. That's what I would look at. 588. Wow. That's tall. Was it you that mentioned using the TRX Magnum 272R slash gearbox and crawler? Yeah, I want to do that. I want to build a crawler out of a slash gearbox, out of a 2-wheel drive slash gearbox. It can definitely handle it, and it's got a lot of gear reduction in it. Pair that to some Mias nylon, you're looking at like 80-1. Anything that can run a 2.2 Rupture should be able to run a 2.2 Pro X. Yeah, all right. It was either that or RoboKitty, because RoboKitty used to run these, which they say are 575. No. These are 155 if they're a millimeter. These are 6 1/8. These aren't anywhere near 575. Maybe they mean 575 under the lugs. $12 and a 16. 16. I mean, as long as my hands are busy, that's all I need. I'm rambling. We're jambling. Picked up a Mojave 6S, and I love it. Any quick fix for squeaky drive shafts? Absolutely, Scuba Steve. Absolutely. It's right over there. It's right there. It's right here, right here. Go to your local bike shop. Get yourself a body of Dry Slide Bike Aid. If you don't have a local bike shop, you can go to a local gun shop, and they should have just straight Dry Slide. It's the same stuff in different bottles. It's molybdenum in a carrier. That's all it is. It does this to you. Puts molly on you. Squirt it into every pivot. I do all of the hollow balls. I do the universals. I do the CVDs and the drive shafts, and then it won't squeak anymore. And when it dries, it won't be all gunky and it won't pick anything up. I've always wanted a 6S Arma Outcast. Yeah, I have a 6S. I've got a Kraton, and I like to refer to it as the dumbest vehicle that you could buy. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. There's no rational explanation for the Arma Kraton. I also have a not the Limitless. Yeah, the Limitless. I have a Limitless, which I bought the biggest spur gear I could fit on the chassis, and I run it on 4S. No, I'm running it on 6S. I geared it all the way down because I wanted to run it on 6S, so I run the biggest spur gear I can, and it still goes 70 miles an hour. Arma ain't messing around. Was pretty much perfect speed, and a tooth up is a bit harder than normal. I'm running a custom put together belt drive. Oh yeah, then the speed. I just want my max to stop squatting in the rear. I'm kind of thankful that I'm not regularly in the business of putting together shocks for things to go fast anymore. It's too much work. I grow lazy. Building shocks for pack and everything. I like building crawler shocks where I just pour everything together. 23 tooth, 11.3 width. Yeah, there's no way I would have been able to do this without looking, because I forgot that there's so many things that are close. I I actually got to mic some of these things, otherwise I'm going to get them all wrong. I would like to not to have to do this multiple times. Because you got the 2x10 pin going into the one hole. You got the 2x8 going into the other hole. Yeah, I would have fouled this up. I would have put the wrong pin in the wrong place 100%. Oh. Jimbo's got himself a Limitless V2 with a Biddy design, new GT3. I have one. Someday I'll paint it. Someday I'll paint it. It's right down here by my feet. It's completely inaccessible. I think I just found that set screw with my foot. It's completely inaccessible right now, but I have a Limitless down there. It'll get painted someday. I bought that vehicle because I saw that Biddy design body and I was like, I have to. That's an absolute must. And I haven't been able to bring myself to paint it. I've driven it like 4 times. It's been here at least a year. Then again, I don't think I've driven my Kraton more than about 10 times. It's just, and I've still never gotten it to full speed. It's absurd. Everything about it is absurd. Did I get that right? Am I missing anything? No. Just over here out of frame, snapping these pieces together. This one is going together really surprisingly smoothly. Like, I know it's got a fusion on it, but there's like no resistance in this gearbox at all. I have a Kraton that will do a standing backflip. Yeah, on pavement, it will just whoop. And the little shorty boys, the little stunty ones, they'll do it even more. The Tamiya 14 scale big ribs have been living rent free in my head for a few weeks now. They're so expensive. Kraton 6S makes some sense as a truggy. My Rift is what I think is the dumbest but most fun vehicle. It does nothing well. Yeah. I got the Rift after I got my laser nut. I got my laser nut on Woot, where they sell things at a discount. And I was like, I'll give this a try. And was like, yep, this is not for me. So then went through all the work to turn it into a rock crawler. And would advise against it. Because at that time, you could buy the Rift as a kit. So that took a lot of the heavy lifting out of it because it was cheap. And now you cannot buy the Rift as a kit. You have to buy the RTR. And I would never buy a Rift RTR. Techno MT410 that will almost do a double standing backflip. I tell people those Technos, the what is it, the ET410, the little Techno truggies. A couple of my buddies have bought those, and I'm like, you bought a race car, right? That's a race car. You're gonna break that thing, and boy do they, boy do they. Every time we've gone out and run, everybody has broken because, oh no. The camera won't show it. There's the hole in the lightened gear. I tipped it this way. That shaft moved, and the pin fell out. And this is a multiple tool change to get that back out. VFD with an incomprehensible gear ratio because it's assembled wrong. I mean, it will only go together one way. That's the beauty of it. But if I can mess it up, I will. At least it's not a twin. At least it's not a twin. I should have known. I should have pressed that bearing plate into place as soon as I put that back cap on. But I was just babbling and rambling. Ugh. There's our friend the pin. And you know that gear is greasy. Well, it wouldn't be a build if we didn't have CVD grease all over us. Just like it ain't a woodworking project unless you're bleeding. in any VFD build unless you're covered in grease. Okay, maybe this time we'll think. Maybe this time we'll be smarter. Make no promises. Now, maybe if I don't flip it over backwards. I did put the pin back in, so I wanted to know. Got an yeah. I missed it. There's a little countdown timer under it, but I haven't watched it. I think they give us about 30 seconds. And by us, I mean me. I think they give me about a 30-second warning before the ad is going to play. And I definitely, that time around, went more than 30 seconds without looking up at what is it called? The studio panel. So that one got by me, everybody. That one got by me. Okay, now that can't fall apart now. Learn for next time. What would you recommend for an affordable portal axle swap? Mias nylon. I don't think you can do better for cheaper than Mias nylon. And the overwhelming parts compatibility with F10s, and the fact that you can get an entire bag of all the internals for $15. I'm running quite a number of sets of them. Camo Crawler got a 5-second commercial. Oh no! I have enough money to get ally parts for crawlers. Can't afford a basher and then breaking some parts. I had gotten used to, all the days driving bashers, I had gotten used to breaking apart every pack. Which is not a state of mind that we should be operating in, I don't think. Okay, I think I got it now. I don't think I can mess it up now. So there shouldn't be any parts that I have to disassemble and reassemble, hopefully. This weekend I should be able to finish Pangolin. That's what I'm calling my Zoidberg brother. And we'll have just wait for the drive shafts to arrive and get some rocks. Nice! I have to go on an absolute spree starting probably Sunday morning in terms of content generation, because I have to get everything done through the whole week, as I don't know if I'll be here next Friday. Lucky number 21 might not occur on Friday. We're going to see what happens because Anime Expo is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I don't know expressly what days I will be attending on. So we will find out together. That's why I haven't made a post or anything saying, oh, I'm not going to be there, because I don't know if I will or I won't. I got a metal straight set SCX10 from AliExpress for $45. Good night, everyone. For the ones interested, I'll post pictures of the bill. Yes. RC Family is also correct. Make sure you sand all the anno off of the hexes. I can't even be bothered. I have a drill press, and I've got time. I have disposable time. So what I do is I buy Amazon brass hexes and re-drill them so that the set screw is in the right place. Because by default, the set screw is not in the right place. It'll land right on the little ledge of the stub axle and mar the axle up. So I spend like $8 on a set of brass and just drill them out. I should just be looking at the I'm like 2 pages behind on this. So what size pin? 2x8. Stay. Yeah, no, Mr. Spain, yeah, pangolin is a pangolin. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Peterson, he is not here this week. It is just it's just me and the swamp cooler and the fans this week. 23 tooth. that. And then stay. Need something to lean this on. It's going to tip over. Perfect. Started as an HSP pangolin, right? We call them armadillos in the U.S. I thought the pangolin and the armadillo were two different things. Is the Okay, my whole worldview is going to be messed up if I find out that the pangolin and the armadillo are the same thing. I'm missing a whole gear thing. It's right there, you dumbass. Talk to myself so gentle. Well, stop being stupid. No. Never. Do what I do. Last pin. Shouldn't be able to foul this up. Watch me. So they are two different things. They're different. Good. Thank God. It was going to mess with me real bad if it turned out the armadillo has a bone shield. Come on. Bone shield is pretty sweet. Yeah, pangolins look more fake. Like they look more like a Pokemon than an armadillo. Maybe I say that purely because we don't have pangolins in America, as far as I know. Let's just, like, how much grease should we use? The answer is all the grease. We're just gonna grease. I call that confidence grease. We're confident that it's going to work, so we're just going to slap it together. I just stuck my finger in it. Right in it. Confidence grease. Okay, which is the one that has the big 25 millimeter in it? Nobody ever accused Americans of being smart. We might not be smart, but we might also be dumb. And the only thing they ever accuse Americans being stupid about is ignorance of foreign affairs. That's the usual hack that they try to take at us. But the people that claim that Americans are dumb don't know shit about America. So, like, you know. And the French people say Netflix. So, in Disneyland. Bone Shield should be this VRD's name. Bone Shield. Oh, Jay Leeson heading off to bed. Deputy Dave, WTF is Anime Expo. Or as they called it last year, LineCon 2023. People dress up as things from manga and cartoons, Japanese cartoons that they like, and they all go together to the Los Angeles Convention Center on basically the first weekend in July, and it is a humdinger. I think last year's attendance was, for the 4-day event, was 130,000. It is a lot of people. It is a lot of people. I have so many screws left over. So many screws. Okay, some of those are the screws to mount it to the skid. I see that. That's those 312s. Then what are those three little button head ones? What are those? What are those? Dude, I'm so out of order. Don't get me started on the French. Netflix. Was it was Clarkson, right? It was Jeremy Clarkson. Cheese eating surrender monkeys. That sounds right. Back from the Top Gear days. What is your role for the expo? As I said before, it is a disgruntled dad. The wife is trying to convince me to go in costume next year. But she knows that, because she knows if she gives me over a year's notice, she might be able to talk me into it. I barely have the time to invest in the amount of time that I end up spending putting the kids' outfits together, because both of the kids are going as their choice of thing this year. Yay me. Mr. Peterson's next build is a 410 or a VRD. What do you prefer? I would say I prefer the Phoenix, because the Phoenix comes with a great deal of versatility. You have a lot of directions you can go on a Phoenix build. You can make it into kind of whatever you want it to be. I consider the VRD to be fairly. I got to pick that set screw up. I've stepped on it like 6 times. I consider the VRD to be fairly singular in purpose. Like, it is built to be an out-of-the-box comp crawler, and it kind of is that. The VRD is the vehicle that would be perfect for some. They should be running like a spec class. If they were going to run a spec class, it should be basically what I'm building right now, which is a VFD with a Fusion SE in it, because then the gateway to competition wouldn't be, the entry bar wouldn't be set so high. No scale points, like give people like 3 bodies that like Cliffhanger, Coyote, Stance, and then like J Concepts Tucked. You can have any of those bodies and then just have people run. Back in the Slash days in Go Fast, I remember spec class racing. Tamiya, before that, where you box stock racing, that's where we need to go in crawling, because power creep is getting really bad. 3 button screws, VFD to skid. No, it's the socket caps. There's 3 little M3x8s. Not bad. I'm not sure what those M3x8s are for. Look up the Rainbow Warrior incident in New Zealand. I will look that up. Y'all still wait till the last minute. Yes. I'll be 3D printing until the night of. Okay, did that. All right, I was supposed to have assembled the rails already, but I skipped forward because I wanted to build the gearbox. So maybe those are supposed to be in rails at some point. We'll leaf back. I had to go back like 6 pages. Got me some rails right over here. Yeah. Now we'll see how much of a hard right turn this build takes right about now. We're gonna take a hard right turn together. So get on board and buckle up. I think there needs to be a UTB 12 stock class. That would be awesome. What do you think of Pitbull tires? I think they work for a lot of people, but they do not work here. We have not yet found a set of Pitbull tires that work even reasonably well. Our guess is, as a collective, that they need some sort of presentation of humidity and or wetness, and they don't work otherwise. I can't think of any other explanation as to why. But every set I've tested of Pitbull tires, from XORs to Rock Beast XLs and Alien, I've tested Rock Beast XLs in Comp, Growlers, Mad Beasts, you name it. I've tested the Pitbull tire, and none of them have worked well enough for me to even consider running them on any rig. The TRX4 that left here last week was on Rock Beast XORs, which were the Pitbull tire that did the best here, but still not remarkably well. It's a very political kind of deal. Ooh. What 3D... Wait, no, I missed some. Going on the 13th. What's on the 13th? Because the Expo's 4, 5, 6, 7. What's the week after the Expo? What do you think? Okay, YouTube, yes. What 3D printer, and do you like it? I don't know. It's in a box. I've currently been using the... I bought the really cheap Creality Ender V3 Pro SE something. It had a big long name like that. And it made 2 spectacularly well done failed prints. Because what was happening is the parts for the pieces for the thing that I'm trying to print are so large that I think what was happening is when it was getting near the end of the print, it would hit the extruder, and the extruder would knock it off of the heated bed. So I got a full, what apparently in the 3D printing world they call spaghetti. I got a full-blown spaghetti on the second thing that I tried to print, to where there was just a giant bird's nest of filament that hadn't melted or stuck to anything. And I was like, well, I guess we're doing it. And I ordered a thing called I don't know how to pronounce it. How would you pronounce QIDI? I brought a Keedy, let's call it Keedy. I bought a Keedy X-Max 3 Pro something, which is one of those fully enclosed ones that has a 320 by 3, I think it's 320 by 320 by 350 is the printable area, and it has a heated cabinet and everything, and I'm going to print that mask in 2 pieces. So I bought it for that, and the wife was like, I actually have a bunch of things that I'd like you to print for me, and I was like, here we go. Here we go. So, so I went from no 3D printers to, hopefully, if FedEx is on time, it's in the house right now. Shipped from Southern California, so waiting. I am 100% waiting until the last minute. But the if you are printing stuff for toy cars, that Creality Ender is great. Once I figured out in the stupid slicer software how to do tree supports, the failed prints look great. Wait, they're right here. What am I? I'm doing it again. I'm going to gesture with my hands instead of just grabbing the pieces and showing you. So if these had printed completely, so this one was printing this way, and then I think it hit and it knocked it off, so it didn't quite print, like it didn't get a good bond to the bed is what I think it was. So something knocked it off, but the quality of the print itself, like it came out great. Then there's another piece that goes here, and there's like a jaw that goes here. And then this piece was doing amazing. And then this is the one that just went full spaghetti. Because maybe it was me. I should have rotated it 180 degrees because it was printing it this way. So this was the adhesion area. And when it got up to here, it knocked off. It was supposed to be like almost 3/4 of an inch taller. Because the way they go together... They were going together, but it was supposed to be about that big. So it was doing great. It just can't handle pieces this big. And that print, like, look how nice that is on the inside. It was doing great. It's a bummer. But for doing printing things like, if I'm going to print out like little stuff like this, I'm still going to use that little Ender. That's going to be the guy. It's easy to use. You click go. It heats up. I printed out the cases. Irwin sent me the files for the little boxes for the V80s. It printed these in like 25 minutes. And they're really nice. I had white loaded at the time. I would have preferred to print them in black. But yeah, these came out great. They hold the V80 great. So yeah, I'm sort of thinking that 3D printing is okay, but you know, oh, I looked at the Bamboo Lab, but it's the same print, basically 8-inch by 8-inch by 8-inch. It's basically the same size as my Creality, and I was ordering something specifically because we need a ridiculously big printer. So we got ridiculously big printer. It apparently weighs 80 pounds and comes fully assembled. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, once we're to this point, this is going to be really easy to sounds like you want to do a brim or raft for support. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know you're talking English, and I understand those words, but I'm a learn by doing guy, and there's a certain level of intuitivity that is non-existent when it comes to 3D printing. None of the stuff involved in 3D printing has like a transfer to what I do. Like making parts from scratch, making parts from my hand. When I had to make that little, what we called the gender changer for the mullet, that little thing, which I made out of phenolic resin, I just went right into it. If I had to try to design that and print it, forget it. It still wouldn't be done. I wouldn't have figured it out, and I still wouldn't have made it. That's not being a fatalist. That's just how it is. Does it pause the action, or do we miss what's going on during a commercial? I'm assuming you just miss what's going on. And because I don't know when the commercials are happening unless I catch the little thing, I should be watching at least just the clock, because it looks like about every 25 minutes. You understand, but at the same time don't understand. That's my everyday, yeah. I have a P1S Bamboo, and it's crazy fast compared to the Ender I had. Like, it'll say, like, maximum print speed, and I don't actively know what any of that means. Like, is that the do not exceed speed? Just going off the sheet, the thing that's coming via FedEx should be 3 times as fast as the Ender. And if the Ender can print one of these in like 25 minutes, I'm absolutely fine with it. That's like, the 25 minutes is fine. I don't see any need to be faster than the 25 minutes. Braces and braces. Braces on braces. Oh, so we really do put the whole chassis together. That's right. It's all coming back to me now. Didn't we build one of these, like, what? Was it a month ago? Did I build one of these about a month ago? Did you find the Revolt stickers yet? Oh, they're inside. They're in the house, I think. I think they might be on my desk in the house. I looked in the spot where stickers go. I have a spot where I tend to pile up stickers, and I don't see them right here. So they have to still be in the house, which is probably safer because stuff disappears here all the time. Ben Webby, VRD. Is VRD. And we're all ready to, like, put it together. And I've got a radio right there. Servo's already in. Motor speed control's already in. It's going to move and everything. Brandon M is heading out grocery shopping. Gross. One of those boxes I'm looking at around 7 to 10 minutes, maybe faster if I run at the full 600. Yeah, the one that's coming that's what it's rated at, is 600. I don't need it that fast. I would rather print it on the super fine. Also, I like the hands-on approach. Also, I don't have a printer. Oh, yeah, no, this is, Mr. Webby, it was in here when we started. So, yeah. It's just a straight, up till this point, it is just a, gross indeed. It is just a straight, is a VRD. We might make some twists and turns, but at the moment, this is a VRD. I print slower so it has better quality. Yeah. I think I will as well. Ooh, Ben Webby just bought a Capra. Nice. It's hard to go wrong with a Capra. And in the breath immediately following saying that, I think I prefer the Capra on straight axles, and I prefer the Capra axles for other things. That's just prerogative. That's just prerogative. Because my Capra effectively got completely disassembled and converted into three things. Because I liked the components separately. Yes, Ben Webby, yes, correct. I want to see VRD versus Pro. And the goal, the initial, which we may have gone astray a little bit. The goal was to build it just a completely box stock VRD, which is basically what the one that was built, the last VRD we put together in a live stream, that is effectively what that was. That was a completely stock VRD with a Fusion Pro and a 60 kg servo and some Injora pins, and it was what I call the world's best RTR because didn't have to throw anything away. Oh, Jamie Parker is heading off to work. That's crazy. Now is not the time for work. Now is the time for goofing. No ads in Germany yet. Okay. I'm going to keep glancing up. Like, it doesn't even have, there isn't even like a color on the little panel that pops up to say ads beginning soon. So, like, they alert me, but they're not really trying to alert me. What is the KV of the motor? This is an 1800. This is an 1800 in here. Oh, and it cannot be a 1200 to be equal, Benjamin, because portals. So this on a 1200 would be very slow. Just like the Pro on an 1800 would be blisteringly fast. Honestly, an 1800 on this will probably be either at the same speed. Did I go down a pinion tooth? No, stock gearing. They're both on stock gearing. This might actually be a hair slower on the 1800 versus the Pro on the 1200. It is indeed Miller time. Or as the Grease Man would have said many, many moons again, it's martini time again. I was looking at this wrong. Bottom row back hole. We're just firing in loads of M3x8s. Very exciting. I may have to move that if I want to get the shock laid down more. We find that out later. Used your shock stand yesterday that you sent me. Perfect thing. I just used mine. It's right up there. I used one of my own shock stands when I was building the shocks for this, because I also built the shocks in advance. And again, we stray from the bone stock thing, which is I built them with the same rate. I built them with 1.2 pound, but with skinnies, and I filled them with the included oil bottle, even though I think it's a little bit underdamped. So as a preparation, I also put together a set of, these are from a builder's kit, and they are, that damping is more to my liking, but so I don't know which one they will run eventually, but I built both sets just basically on account of because I had the stuff to build two sets, so I built two sets. So I think I have all the 8s in place. I think I do. We're almost there. We're almost ready to put the gearbox in. Yeah, the beauty of cruise control, Ryan Albert yelled drag race. Yeah, the beauty of cruise control is I just send them both to 100 and hit the buttons and see how they do. I was doing that frequently with the twins to make sure that their speeds were coming out the same. The only downside of the VRD for me is the missing opportunity of laying the shocks down a little more in the front. Yeah, the towers are definitely scooched. On the Zoku, you can lay the fronts down more. And usually, because the VRD comes out pretty light, the inability to lay it down, you do kind of have to go down. Like, I think I was running 0.8 all the way around instead of 1.2s. Have you tried the Proline Big Bore shock? Yes, I tried the Proline Big Bores back in the Slash days, and they leaked as every bit as bad as an axial shock that you would buy today. I am no great fan of Proline shocks. I would never buy one today. I don't like them. Which hole? Oh, I'm off a page again. There's money to be spent better in other places. The Proline shocks are underwhelming at best and grotesquely overpriced at worst. I would recommend something else. I think there's a hardware bag that I haven't cut open yet because I've run out of, oh, maybe not. I did mention that I had built all the links, right? Because I did. I didn't want to go through the process of building the links. Is it possible in an RCGS to assign two different uses of the VR knob, in one of the three position levers? That's a good question. Can you mix one switch? You're better, Mr. Webby. Your best options are GTS, which are Traxxas stock shocks, takeoffs from Jenny's, about $40 a set when they're available. They go out of stock pretty quickly. You can get Traxxas Big Bores, which can be converted to run small springs, which are just like running Dravtex, only they're less expensive. Roughly about half the cost of buying a set of Dravtex. If you have more time on your hands and are willing to get your hands dirty, and they will get dirty, you can build Chavtex, which are fake Dravtex. GTS, Traxxas GTS takeoffs, you take them out of the bag, you put them on the vehicle, and you might have to change the spring rate, and then you just don't worry about them again. I love a big bore. So this is a big bore. They come with spring spacers, and they're designed to run big outside springs. But let's see if I can get to them. If you are running, you can get springs from Hot Racing, Dravtech, Element, whoever. You don't. This is a spring from a 10 Pro. They just slide right on. That's what a Dravtech is. But you can usually get these about $50 a set, and they work fantastically. And I like the hard anno look of them. I have no beefs about big bores. They come in three different lengths: 85, 95, and 105. Pretty much any one of them is going to fit whatever build you might be working on. Any plans for Ruby soon? Ruby really needs to do the test of IFS 1 versus IFS 2, because try as I may and try as I might to hold on to things of yesteryear, I have to assume that once we try IFS 2 on there, because I had previous experience with IFS 2 on Missing Link, IFS 2 is just better at everything, genuinely. So once she gets switched over to IFS 2, she's probably staying on IFS 2. But if we're here and we're in the business of doing such things, we might as well test them one immediately after the other. I can't really test them side by side like I can't do Ruby against Missing Link, because they are, aside from one being IFS 2 and one being IFS 1, they are wildly different. They have very little else in common. Ooh. For four-wheel steer, is a Radiolink RC4 GS good, or would an MT12 be preferable? Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm the wrong person to ask, because all of my four-wheel steer rigs are on RC4s. So for me, RC4 is definitely enough. Other folks might have differing views, but for me, RC4 is where it's at. And I'm not even. Ich habe einen Portal Phoenix. Das ist echte Qualität. Ich habe 2 Rigs aus AliExpress Parts gebaut. Das macht Spaß. I can get some of that. I know ist is. It is. I don't know what echt is. Quality. Zwei. Zwei. That's 2. I have 2 rigs with AliExpress parts. Throughout. I'm not the guy to translate German to English. What did Corbin Dallas say? I speak 2 languages, lady. English and bad English. I think I just saw it. What time is this? We're 3 hours in. 27 seconds. Ads will run shortly for some viewers. And if I get this screw in time, I can reach up and click the button that says skip ads. Got it. You guys are ad free for probably another 25 minutes. I should have paid attention to what that video said, but I did not. I know that they were definitely warning me about this. Okay, so do rear uppers go in first? They wanted this. Oh, okay. I got to try to sandwich the skid in here after I put the gearbox in it. When they want the skid in without the gearbox in it. Have we made problems? No, we're going to get there. We're fine. It's good. I think that might be what those 8s are for, is for the motor mounts. The last ad was at something 45. Oh, so it's every 15 minutes? Or 45 after the hour. Great German, Mr. C. You did quite well. Du sprichst sehr gut Deutsch. I was told by my linguistic professor that I have a little bit of I have a little ability to parrot. Because I don't know what the words are. But some of the pronunciations seem to me logical, even if they aren't. So they're like, hey, that's actually, you didn't completely murder that. I'm like, thanks. I don't know what I said. You're just watching a pile of parts get smaller. Because I have so many parts strewn about over there that I'm now working on the side bench. It's also a lot easier to see the chat when I'm right here. So enjoy this podcast presentation of presumably a VRD being built off screen. We're getting there. We're gonna figure out the format, come hell or high water. I speak Spanish, kinda. I speak English, even more kinda. I would hope that Mr. Spain speaks Spanish. And French made me angry, so I forgot everything I learned about it. Nice. They told us that all the Romance languages are the same. That's what they tell us here in America. They tell us that if you learn French, you can learn Italian, you can learn Spanish, you can learn them all. I don't believe it. German is easy. Just pronounce it exactly as it looks while sounding like you're getting ready to spit. Nice. A buddy of mine took German in high school. I didn't even know that was an option. And I think his sole takeaway from it was what most of us took away from learning foreign languages, which is he remembers the curse words. Building rigs out of AliExpress parts is fun. Yeah, 100%. We do Amazon here as well. We do Amazon and AliExpress parts builds. Some of my favorite builds are built out of parts of questionable lineage. That's the wrong hole. Son of a bitch. That is going to be a... Oh. I got one hole off. And of course it's one of the set screw ones. Did I get it right? Or did I get it right or wrong? Ah, dang it. Yeah. Well, okay. We're getting to a part that isn't explicitly, since you've seen actual Vanquish aluminum, how do the Chanquish axles I sound like? You know what? Where's that box? There's just boxes everywhere now. These aren't half bad. We held them up against the Genuine article. The guy who's building the titanium cage thing got these, but the real Vanquish ones. These are really close. I question the quality of the hardware, but as far as the machining goes, it's not bad. It is not bad. This is a full machined axle, not a cast axle. So these don't look bad at all. I do worry about like the cheap zinc or nickel, whatever the cheap plating is on the internals. But like they got the cloning down. I mean, the tops of the knuckles, the whole knuckle is just straight Vanquish. They're pretty smooth in terms of rotation. They don't feel like they have much grease in them, if any at all. So I will be pulling them apart to check them first. But I mean, it is definitely a passable clone of an F10T. It down to the little, there's that one screw in the F10 straights that goes in at like a 45-degree angle. They've even got that one. So these may be off of the same. I thought those were pressure. These definitely have, you can see, they're more visible on the, I don't know if the camera will get it in tight enough. You can definitely see the machine lines all along the edges. So if these aren't milled out, then the mold that they used to do them in, like there's no cast line. Like there should be somewhere, there should be a line to tell where they got squished in. So like look at the back of the third member. So if they cast that, then their casting does an amazing job of appearing to be machined. They use a big old like offset gantry of a servo and axle. I don't know where these are going or what they're going towards, but TRX4 axles from AliExpress for $50. Hey. So if they're cast, they did a great job of making their castings appear to be machinings. Also, so I'm out of frame here for more than one reason. One is there's more space. It's also under a brighter light. I'm old. But also is there might be some parts right now that aren't explicitly VRD parts. Let's just say that. Ugh. I've got to make a little modification here. I talked to I made an inquiry to Zoku about a part that I need. And he told me that I've convinced him to buy a 10 Pro. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully that's enough. I don't want to mess with the I'm trying not to mess with the link geometry. I want to run this on the stock link geometry, but I also want to insanely run the parts that I want to run. So that should work. So once I'm going to get 2 more bolts and nuts in, and then we should be back. We should be back onto the bench proper. It's not a promise, but it's at the very least a goal if I can. Oh, that's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough. Ladies and gentlemen, I have made errors. I've made errors in judgment and calculation. The motor is clocked at an angle such that I can't make the front upper link move. So I'm glad that I only put 3 screws into the skid. Yeah, that can't be rotated like that. It basically doesn't fit in the chassis if I put it like that. A VRD with some parts that are not VRD, then the comparison is not going to be fair. You're going to have to get and build another VRD. It's true. It's true. What are you going to, I mean, what am I going to do? What are you going to do? Test is invalid. Should just fully invalidate it. We should put VXT2s on one and megalithics on the other. Get it extra fair. That's a target and a goal. Dang it. Yeah, my desire to institute buy an axial. Profanity followed by power tools. I had mocked. So I had done some mock-up. Let's put it that way. I'd done a little bit of mock-up, but I am finding now I had not done enough mock-up because the front upper link mount is being completely non-cooperative. But once the front link mount upper link is on, I will be able to bolt the axles and the shocks on, and then we'll be good to go. I built an SEX 10.3 this week. 10.3 base. Here's a question that we should never have to ask, but we have to ask it all the time because axial just axial things. 10.3 or base cam? So this would be a lot easier if Zoku would design me some parts. So he needs to get on that. I know he doesn't watch the live streams, but was the Pro this hard to put together? Oh no, the Pro was way worse. Oh my God, it's not even comparable. The Pro was bereft with head scratcher moments where you're going to yourself, well, that's not right. That's not right. Back to the manual. That's not right. I had built the axles, and I can assemble the entire gearbox of this. I'm not the gearbox. I can assemble the entire chassis of this without even opening the manual. I could just leave it in the plastic. We are getting to the part where I have already built a VRD that was completely stock. And as I was doing the prep for this one, which was building the links and shocks, I arrived at a conclusion, which I think is natural, that I said to myself, I don't want to just build the exact same thing again. So I am going to build something a little bit different. And it was done out of available parts. So I haven't specifically bought anything to make this happen. I'm just adapting. Well, okay, no, I did buy a part. I bought the body that I wanted for this. And when I got the body, I saw an opportunity. So this is a realization of that, I hope, if this turns out to work. Now I've got to reclock that motor, and I don't want to. I just want to get this thing put together. I had all my timing. I had my guesstimates on how long the build would take, and I was coming in on time, and then everything went out the window because these side pieces don't want to cooperate with me. I don't know who they think they are, because I have ideas, and they are not allowed to stop me in the realization of my harebrained ideas. Also, if this proves to work, hopefully I can talk Zoku into making this piece for me, because I can barely figure out how the slicer works, much less how to design a part from scratch. I need a part that I know for a fact does not exist. So it is my hope that I can get this done and then go to Zoku and be like, look at what I have wrought. And then he'll sit down in whatever 3D wizardry pot of magic that he uses and design the part for me in like 10 minutes. And then we'll be there. Bosh. So now it is a matter of, well, first we got to reclock that. We got to reclock this motor. That's unfortunate. And then we got to bolt axles to this thing. Then we got to put the gearbox back in. And then we're gonna make it roll. At the very least, it's gonna roll around. It might take a few minutes, but it'll roll around. Not a fan of the Pros rock sliders. Looking how big they are. They're ridiculous. I dislike the sliders on this thing quite a lot, but I don't dislike them nearly as much as the Pro sliders are ridiculous. There's no excuse for them being that big. Boy, this SE is not. The only way those wires want to work is sticking straight out the side. And that's like that's right where the link is. We can't stick them straight up. Does it work going the other way? Ben has clearly never seen a VFD and a 10 Pro box side by side, or a 10.3 box. So on a VFD, this is the whole gearbox. This is the whole gearbox. So this is to basically, it's just an attached FMM. So they put the motor and as far forward and as down as they can get it. On the 10 Pro, it has an FMM, but then a gearbox that's about this big. From the front of the spur to where the output is, a 10 Pro gearbox is 7.5 inches long. This thing's, well, less than that. And it has a little add-on dongy guy in the back to where you could add a very overpriced dig unit. They both definitely have things to complain about. But if we're talking about just sheer number of complaints, the complaint total is unquestionably lower on a VRD. I still contend it's the best RTR money can buy, because you build as instructed and it's good. The 10 Pro, I can see room for improvement out of the box. Oh, it's not about the massive skid. If you have not watched the 10 Pro build along, the bottom of the skid is the bottom of the gearbox on a 10 Pro. They are one and the same. So it's like it's a Stealth XF, but in reverse. Where on an XF, you can take the gearbox completely apart. You can take the whole top end of the gearbox off, like you're taking the head off of a car, and work on the engine without even disconnecting the drive shaft. I mean, work on the internal gears without the drive shaft. You can set your gear mesh in your hand on an XF. Everything that a 10 Pro does is the is the absolute mirror opposite of that, where you have to disassemble the entire vehicle to do anything. This, it's 7 screws, and then you just pull the whole thing out like this. But you can also access pinion adjustments while it's installed without any problem. This bearing has fallen out like 8 times. I'm going to lose it at some point. And I don't mean lose it mentally. I mean, I'm actually going to physically lose that bearing. It's going to fall out one more time and just be gone. So I had to... I feel like I got the wires turned a little bit. I don't feel like I got them turned enough. The Pro sides are modular, I think. For a cab only, you run just the front. No, you can't run the front piece by itself. Or is it that you can't run the back piece by itself? Okay, so the back piece is the separate piece, so you run just the front piece, but it ends there. This is the only part you're not running. Why isn't this just one piece? Also, why doesn't it end here and here? Why is it that long? Why? A lot of whys here. Why is that slider 180 millimeters long? It's ridiculous, is what it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. These are oversized, and they are 130 millimeters long. So, if anyone can figure out a way to justify to me a 180 millimeter long slider, I welcome you. We're running out of time. We ain't running out of time. It's only 3:15. Time may keep on slipping into the future, but okay. So yeah, I mean, I'll acknowledge we might not have time to build drive shafts, but it'll sit down. It'll sit down on wheels. Let's go that far. I can't guarantee that I'll make it move. Take what you can get. I'm gonna go rear axle first. Yep, there's the hardware I was looking for. We're gonna get there. Were those Yoda F10T Mias? I don't think so. They are an AliExpress sourced variety of something. I have to assume that they were inexpensive. I mean, Mr. Spain is worried, but if we're bolting axles on, you know we're getting close. And I would also like to point out the pre-prep when putting a VRD together like this was under an hour. And that also involved stuff that's not explicitly VRD. So if I was just doing VRD, this would be quicker. 180 millimeter slider will fit a 6S. Heck yeah! Should be a bunch of 16s. Yes. Okay, then we'll get shocks thrown on there. That'll hold the rear end together. I don't know, I might have enough time to assemble drive shafts. They don't take that long. Hoping to get an axial CJ if they ever restock in the UK. Is the stock gearbox okay or best to replace? Yeah, get rid of it. Get rid of the stock as soon as you can. And I will find Mr. JP Wirt. So when I made these, so I designed this up. So this is the allow you to run an FMM with a Creeper T. So this adapts over for the Creeper T, and then this allows you to run an FMM in the front. It drops a full pound off of the weight of the vehicle. The handling is radically transformed. Imagine a crawler on 6S. I want to build a 6S crawler. I want to get a 6S direct power servo and build a 6S crawler, but with a Rhino V80 and like a 500 kV motor, like building an electric scooter. We're gonna where are they? We're gonna run these upside down because we must. I put all of the pivot balls in this box and then lost them in the box. Try not to roll away too much, guys. All right, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Are we gonna make it? We're totes gonna make it. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, BattleBot guy heading off for the weekend. I can dig it. I can dig it. We're gonna get there. It's gonna happen. I seem to recall, foolishly, saying some couple streams ago, I was like, we can't build a rig every stream, and here I am again. Not listening to myself. I want to see it. This is also sprung. As I said, I went to minis. I went to small springs, but the same rate. These are 1.2s, so they're the same rate. But I don't know if that's going to be too firm. On the last BRD build, I ran DraftX Softs 0.8s all the way around. That seemed pretty good. We'll find out. We will find out together. Can also lean these down a little bit. We'll go all the way front hole. Go front hole right there. Worst case scenario, we're a little undersprung. I would rather be a little undersprung than oversprung if those are my two available options. I would prefer to be properly sprung, but I don't hold any illusions here. The beauty of VRD is that feels severely underdamped. Severely underdamped. It does have the nice travel limiter, unintentionally installed travel limiter. We got a little travel limiter in there. We'll see. We'll see what that nets us. Because full straight down squish compression is not necessarily something that we want anyway. So if we have a physical limitation there, I'm pretty much okay with it as long as we get the flex out of it. Then we have the skid, which you can't screw down all the way because it bottoms out on the motor. I don't know what the thought process was there. 16. That needs to be an 18. There it is. Just stopped looking at the instructions completely. Now that wire is going to fight me. I don't know why I feel like I'm rushing. It's not like we go off. It's not like it goes to the color bars in the Indian. We're just going until we go. At least I'm remembering to put uppers in first. It is mentally taxing if you do it the other way around. And as I said, we'd be done. If we were building straight, no diggity VRD, we're done like 30 minutes ago. But I made some choices. That looks right. You know one of those? Yeah. Okay. Well, that pinion angle looks right. Surprising. I don't know why it should be surprising. No rush, we hear. Are those not stock VRD? No, these are stock VRD shocks. Those are my, these are cups that I've made. The episode, Tiny Little Hats for Tiny Little Men. And then these are the springs that come on Chavtex. So they are 1.2 pound. I had to steal the 1.2 pounders because I had another rig that needs those springs. And I was going to go to small springs on this anyway. So I figured might as well. I did not have an enjoyable time building those shocks. I don't really like incision shocks. I just seem to run a lot of them because, I mean, if you build them nice and you run them upside down, they work. It's definitely, and I'll put them in the same category as the element shocks. It's not a shock that I would buy. If they come with something, that's great. And apparently the coating on these performs some sort of magic because they do leak far less than the regular ones. I had to do a service on that stance, which is in here on loan. And my God, that stance was an oil apocalypse. The shocks were half full. And most of the oil was spread throughout the vehicle. Not a fair comparison box to box, that is. I mean, you know what? I mean, at this point in the day, you could suck it. If you think that there's going to be a quantitative difference between a 1.2 pound spring that looks like this and a 1.2 pound spring that looks like this, then I think that we're smoking from different pipes, is what I think that comes down to. Also, this is a kit, so the body that I choose to put on it is the body that I choose to put on it. And if anybody has any problems with it, I can give them directions to the complaints department. You can't please everybody, is what it comes down to. But at the end of the day, I'm going to build what I want to build. And last I checked, let me take a look around real quick. Yep, nobody here to stop me. Not a single soul here to stop me. So this rig is going to get the shocks and the body that I want to put on it. Nobody can stop me. Oh, this runs the big long. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, we will. I don't need the front body mount posts, but I'm going to do it anyway. I've yet to keep a pair of SADs. I run a lot of them. Upside down. They're emulsion shocks anyway, so they can put as much air into the oil as they want. These are dramatically underdamped. They're going to have to get pulled off and refilled anyway, but they are filled with the oil that came in the box, and we are making at least some small effort. I mean, I know everybody's already told me that it's test invalid, so yeah, head of the complaints department is definitely Helen Waite. What you need to do, you take the first right at the end of the hallway. You go to Helen Waite, and she will file your complaints. So more than likely, I will just get lazy, and after we do the, as has been pointed out, completely unfair comparison because I changed shock springs, we will go to those element shocks because the damping on those feels a lot closer to what I want. Yeah, as someone had pointed out, that's as far back as you can lean the front shocks. I would prefer to be able to lean them back. It's just really underdamped. It's probably damped pretty closely for about 0.8s, but on the stock 1.2s, it's like you should see some slowing at the bottom of that drop, and it just full drops. Yeah, the rear, for some reason, oh, because they're leaned down more. I was going to say, the rear feels worse than the front. But yeah, I guess it would. Might as well get the servo center. We can do that. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I gave it another like 15 minutes. Give it 15 minutes. Pro front axle better. For the servo mount, like it's not even close as far as I'm concerned. Axial, and I'm not one to pile praise on Axial. They did this better. Like just look straight up the barrel of that, right? Look at this, and then we look at this. This looks like they were like, hey, do you guys think you could just slap a servo on there? Now, in fairness, that's what they did. Like, Axial had more room to work with because they were designing that axle. That's the 10 Pro axle. They didn't make a new axle for the VRD. We might not get to it because I just remembered. You know what? I'll try. I'll make an effort. I'll make an effort. I don't know if we'll be able to get that servo centered. So we'll just put a screw softly in there. Softly. So that it doesn't fall apart. Okay. We'll see what we get. We get what we get. We don't need any of these. Body mounts go in the body mounts drawer because we don't need those. We do need wheel nuts. And because I have changed out some bits, there's definitely some bits left over. There's definitely bits left over. We don't need that. We've got a proper driver. Ha! Axial had to do servo and axle because they can't engineer a Panhard bar to save their lives. I'm trying to find a reason to disagree with that, but I can't. So if Mr. Spain is still awake, this is what we're going to be going for the test. So when this gent goes head to head against this gent, they will both be on identical S4 comp pins. The other set is here somewhere. There's another set. In this building, there's another set of, oh, they're right here. Identical inserts, identical wheels, identical everything. So they will be on identical everything. Those will not be his day-to-days. His day-to-days, at least for the start, are going to be these bronzy deep Enjoras, Brorbs, and Tusks. So that's what we're going to start with. What we end with, I don't know. I have only, honestly, let's break it down the way it's meant to be broken down. I have only run a VRD on pins. So this is the first VRD that we'll see here on pins. So he will get his first drive on Tusks. And he will do his, no pun intended, comp Pero against the Pro on pins so that they are equally footed. Because the S4 pin is great, but I don't think it's a Tusk with a Brorb insert in it. Those, man, I'm trying to remember the last time I drove in the big 8mm outside nuts, fresh, brand new. The resistance. I feel like I'm down at the tire shop. Okay, so this guy is, well, we'll see where the body brings it, but yeah. Somebody earlier said the opposite of a belly dragger. Yeah, this is that. This is that. I mean, like this guy's way up there. He is way up there. That 10 Pro body is going to look like it's sitting in the ground compared to this guy's body. So here is what I thought up in an almost fever-induced insanity. Is that longer than a Pro? No, their wheelbases are basically identical. I want to say that the wheelbase differential between the two is like 2 millimeters. I think one is closer to 315 and the other one is 313. This guy will look a little longer because a tusk is going to look a little longer than a comp pen. Comp pens look a little smaller. So we'll get all that tucked away eventually. We'll get drive shafts made for it, but look how easy he rolls now. Almost like there's no resistance. And then, so I got a Biddy Design Rock one, and then I saw the way that the body was made, and I said, let's just bolt it together. This is Argenum's old cage when he donated his body to Ghost Rover, and this is the front mount. Like, this thing is made to go on a Phoenix. So as I was putting the pieces together yesterday, I said, how close is indeed a VRD to a Phoenix? And the answer is pretty close. So I feel what we have is like a spiritual successor to the what is that? What's the one that Axial sold forever and ever? A Honcho. It looks like I just built a Honcho. But, and my God, look at that. Okay. So this video isn't for a couple days. So spoilers. But I painted the hot dog bun. It came out okay. It looks better outside. I think it's a bit of a 6-foot paint job, but I find that it looks better outside. But if you want to talk about differences in style and approach, like, it's like when that lowered Civic pulls up next to you on the road. We got to do the head on to really see it. Yeah, there you go. The top of that hot dog bun's roof is the window sill. And that's on the sliders. That's on the sliders. So this is like now when this is in my hand, look how it looks so small. It looks so small. It's like the same wheelbase and everything, and then this thing is like a bro truck. And I had to gut a Phoenix rear end with the fuel cell and bolt it in to get the bumper low enough. Like, you could get this to sit lower, but you'd really have to go at it to get this lower. And it should be the house of no angry Lexan noises at all. It will be very interesting to see what we get out of it. And it's another one. This is the kind of this is where I go with the personal preference. 3SB said, looks, he's got to go pro on this one. This does officially look like the bottom half of a hot dog bun that I painted green. It does look like a yard lizard. This looks infinitely better to me because you know what that looks like? It looks like a truck. It looks like a truck that a person could drive. Like, it has, like, you could put a figure in there and he could drive it because there's enough room to fit his head. The color is being washed out by the camera quite a bit. It'll show up a lot better in the sunlight, I'm thinking. It is, it's like a powder blue. It's a very light powder blue. And so what Biddy Design did is they made that body, and as you can see, you just unbolt all of your Phoenix parts and just bolt it onto the body. So it's just a Phoenix. Or as I called it, a Venix. because it's a VRD Phoenix. And the body is deceptively tall and deceptively heavy, but it's not. It's neither of those things. It doesn't sit that high, and it's not heavy at all. It weighs about 5.5 ounces, even with the cage. And I still think it's a bit oversprung. Like, this guy is sitting down really low, and this guy should be about there. Yeah, because the front spring, yeah, the 1.3s. I thought that with this body, maybe the 1.3s would be, or 1.2s would be closer, but it's definitely oversprung. It is oversprung and underdamped. Potentially just changing the spring could bring us back into a closer window of damping. I think it's going to do the things. It's just, I mean, what a dichotomy, to use a word. I like the truck and the realness, but we're talking comp style rigs, right? Well, Sunday's episode features this gentleman. It will be an episode next week that features this gentleman. And the results of this episode, let's just say, are surprising. They are counter to what I would have anticipated. I thought for sure this body, relative to a stance, was gonna push the suspension down a little, but it doesn't. The shocks they're only drooping about 6-7 millimeters. I want to sit a lot lower than that. And part of me, I'm not a fan of cut downs, so I wouldn't want to slam that body down because you can't. That's almost touching. And we're in the low row of holes. I'm probably going to go up a hole and back one in the back, and then it would be touching the rails. You don't get near. See, like, here's the difference. Here's the difference in the geometry. We're looking at about 95 millimeters rear travel on that guy, and we're looking at about 130 on this guy. So, I mean, that's the difference. When we get into the nuts and bolts of it, we're getting into the geometry of it. Like, in terms of rough ground handling, it's not that, it's that. In terms of smooth stuff, like if you're crawling over sandstone and stuff where you don't have to worry about that departure clearance, then this guy's going to win. He's going to win like every time. I'm trying not to spoil my own future content too much, but these are similar, but very different. These are very different. And I mean, like, so look at this look, okay? Here's what I'll leave you with, because now I got to clean up and I got to go eat something, because I feel like I'm starting to get testy. JC NorCal, no, the body is not heavy at all. You would think that it would be, but it really isn't. Because the cage is just the cage, and the body itself is the weight of like a creep cab. So it's really light. Okay. Yes, creamy blue, yes. VRD looks too high. Okay, so here's the thing. So which side are we on? Okay. So we have a very different appearance right here, right? If you look at these two things. Want to see a magic trick? Look at that. One could say that everything on here is sitting, 12, 13 millimeters lower, because it is. This is straight axles and this is portals. If you bought the portal conversion axles and you put them on this would be sitting at exactly this. Also, look at the sag. His springs are showing about 8 or 10 millimeters. Like, if we just mush this suspension down, now look, the chassis rails are perfectly parallel to one another. This actually sits lower than that does on portals. Just as configured on the 1 pound springs, he's got more sag to him, and he's on straight axles. So he is effectively lower. Okay, he's physically lower. And the last spoiler that I will offer you for the day is, so this guy is sitting way too high. Even sitting too high, the top of this gentleman's motor is 107 millimeters off of the ground at like full set. Like, that's how much more down travel he has. He's got about 5 millimeters, 5 or 6 millimeters. The top of this gentleman's motor is just over 100 millimeters off the ground. So this guy is all the way up, and his motor is about 1/4 of an inch lower than his. I'm not saying that that's a spoiler and that is something about something that's going to happen in the future. But if you take the heaviest single component and you put it down as low as you can, generally things work out pretty well. So we will see these. Like, I have no idea how these two are going to do against each other. We're gonna find out. He'll be on pins, and I'm gonna have to run 1.2s. I think I will probably steal them back and put this guy onto the stock big 1.2s, because I think we can get it lower. I think it'll sit lower on the other ones because I can dial the collars all the way up. And they run a fairly short spring. I think this length, I think I'd probably need to run like 30s. I think the non-height adjustability is killing us right here. But we will find out. We will find out. A Walligator, that'd be cool. What do you got for tea? Like in the morning, it's still PG tips. So, oh my God, I had cleaned up pretty well before we started, and yeah, I got to do drive shafts. I got to get the servo soldered up. I got to get the electronics mounted. I got to do that stuff. We lost a little bit of time. If Zoku agrees to print me Phoenix sliders that have the attachment points for the Phoenix sides, but fit a VRD chassis, then we'll move some. We'll consider moving some stuff around. But other than that, that guy's ready to go. We'll get this guy ready to go, and we'll run him as this. And no excuses. You know, these are my choices. That is the beauty of a kit. If it turns out that this body configuration is holding him back, then that's what's holding him back. We will tune to accommodate. But he's going to have to go against the Hot Dog Lizard. He's going to have to go against the Yard Gator with all of his apparent lowness. A little slam wagon back there. It really does make his wheelbase look longer, even though it isn't. So yeah, I believe we are into the Midwest goodbye. I think so. Build for a specific purpose. Ash G's, right on, right on. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm anxious to see, because we did a little bit with the VRD that's not supposed to be. Now, it would be super easy. It would be unquestionably, where is it? Where is it? Because here's the deal. I can't find the other one. There's a green stance body in here somewhere. I could just put the posts in. There we go. It's a stance now. I mean, these are all options available to us. So, I mean, That's definitely more fair. This is not heavy, but it definitely weighs more. I mean, it's got that. So it definitely weighs more than that. You can... I mean, one of these is a little bit bigger than the other. Just a little bit bigger. I don't know. Let me know on the Discord. Like, dude, as long as I don't have to undo most of what I've done, should I just throw a stance body on it? It looks like Comp Rig versus Monster Truck. I can do it either way. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. I'm content testing it with the Rock 1 on it, or doing them head to head with the Rock 1 on it, because they are kits. So there's no saying that you're running that. You could have done that. Could you have done this? Yeah, you could have done that too. If not for that front bumper, it would sit right down. Well, that just looks ridiculous. Looks like a dinosaur. Limousine versus monster truck. Yeah, I for those echoing my sentiments of they like this. Yeah, I like this too. That's why I did it. Like, it looks good. It's the springing. It's holding it too high. So imagine, if you will, realistically down more there. I mean, I know it's not a lot, but that 6-7 millimeters is kind of huge. And that body with the cage, this is, I'll throw it out there, but potentially unpopular opinion. It looks the most truggy. Like, I know that the Phoenix is a trug. If you take the fenders off your Phoenix, it's a truggy. This looks way more truggy to me. This looks like a proper truggy. I like the look of it. It is also in the Biddy design fashion. It's like all pickup trucks at once. Yeah, I see some Raptor to it, but I also see like the new Chevys, like the 2500s. They kind of look like, particularly around the grill. It's just trucks. 2.2 Tusk LPs? I don't know, not too big? Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? Hold on. Let's just throw a front one on there. I do happen to have some Brorb inserts for these as well. I don't know. Is that too big? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll all, you know what? We'll find out together. We'll all see together. I think I caught most of the ads. That's pretty good. So next time we'll see how I do on ad catching. Now it's another thing. I get to try to follow the chat. I need to try to build a thing, and I need to try to catch the ads. Maybe a bit too big. They look a little big. Like, proportionately, I think I like the 1.9s. Or it's that they're tall but too narrow. Like, they would need to be out farther, and at that point you're getting really wide. I think I like this. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. So, desert sit-ups with desert lizard with droop setup on VRD. Could be. And I'm going to honestly, like I said, I bodged this together really fast by cutting up the whole rear member of a Phoenix, because it has the drop that got the body down. I think the drop in the back needs to come down just a little bit lower, and I will mentally deal with whether or not it's worth it to do that, because I'm gonna drive it. This guy he can't get a ghost ride because he had to be fully assembled, so he will get his first ride, and then we will determine. Like, if I can see weaknesses in his test drive that I'm like, it's not gonna be fair, I will just take somewhere lost in this building is a stock stance RTR, but there it is. So this will line up with I will just put the posts in and just drop it on there and just drive it like that. for the Comparo. Yeah, Mr. Peterson says closer to the 10 Pro body. Yeah, it definitely is. It's enormous, and it does look like a Chris Craft boat. But yeah, I have now made an even larger mess. It's pretty bad in here. All right, so right before we hit 5 hours, I'm going to thank you all so much for watching, all the usual things. If you're not on the Discord already, check out the Discord. Thank you for dropping in for this one. We look forward to seeing you in the next one. Live stream, whatever. I will let you know sometime next week whether or not I will be home on Friday. We're going to see how that shakes out. I don't trust my cellular power enough to live stream live from the LA Convention Center. Ads inserted. Shit. I missed it. I wasn't even looking at it. All right. Thanks for sticking with me, all of y'all, particularly on other parts of the planet where it's nighttime, deep into the nighttime, or maybe even tomorrow. I will see you in one real soon. I can't remember for the life of me what Saturday's episode is, but it's already up there. Sunday is 10 Pro. Monday is something. Tuesday is another thing. Wheel and Wednesday is Wheel and Wednesday. We'll see you on all the days in between and all others. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Oh, a chat ad. Was there an ad in chat? I will see you next time, everybody. Oh, it just adds a whole new element that I have to watch out for. All right. I'm going to clean up. I'm going to find something to eat. Y'all have a good weekend. I'll see you in the comments. And with that, we click the ungo button.